and just to see if he can get out of it again. And because he does get out of those tariffs, I don't know about inside trading or who's making billions and trillions, but Pelosi's making a good living.
All right, Vincent in Oklahoma. Elaine in Texas, Independent.
Hi, good morning, Greta.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking my call. He did mention tariffs, so let me just quickly say that the Trump administration is still telling folks, obviously, that tariffs are a great thing and that the Treasury's making trillions of dollars now taking in, and he constantly fails to say the businesses that are importing these goods, which are U.S. companies, they're paying for those taxes right at the border, and they are passing them on. They're not going to absorb them all. They are going to the consumers. I went to the store the other day, and laundry detergent now, everything is shrinking. Before I got 110 ounces of laundry detergent for $10. Now it's down to 60 ounces. So there's so much inflation going on because of these tariffs. But the main reason I'm calling, which I heard yesterday, is that once the Democrats do get back in office, the ethics probes are going to begin on all these companies that the Trump families are benefiting from. They're getting the fast track to all the contracts, the defense contracts. Their funds have invested huge shares and bought them in businesses they were never involved in before their father came back to office. And they're getting hundreds of millions of dollars. I think there's 30 different government contracts now going to that family, and they're just bypassing the open bidding the same way they did when it came to the reflection pool.
Get ready for the investigations. I can't wait. Corruption will be a big topic. And expose these clowns. All right. What's up, everybody? Nasty jobs report came out today. Downward revision, 100,000 jobs last 2 months. On negative 23,000 jobs. Not good. Labor participation rate going down. People just giving up, quitting. Not a great environment.
Let's go Jerry Green for TN governor. Happy Friday, Erie.
Jerry Green, that's a new one to me. Does Jerry have a chance? It was fascinating seeing Andy Ogles lose his primary last night. Trump endorsed quite famous Freedom Caucus member Andy Ogles, who said Islam has no place in America. Very hateful, strange guy. Got popped in a primary, even with Trump's endorsement. That should give you an indication of Trump's waning power right there. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Big John. Ogles can F all the way off. He's a character, that's for sure. Strange dude. All right, let's take a look at Meet the Press now and see what they said about the jobs report. And then we'll take a look at some Haley Stevens interviews. She's been killing it. She's been doing a great job coming out in support of Abdul El Sayed. No hurt feelings. I'm curious to see how Abdul's supporters react to her embracing him. Because, they've been nasty for months and months and months, saying she's the worst of the worst, evil Zionist, monster, ogre, whatever. And now Abdul's like, hey, she's our buddy. So these guys, they're not very good at transitioning to coalition building and making friends and mending fences, even though Abdul said, get to work, guys. Time to go fix those fences. I'm sure plenty of them will come in here today as sore winners. Still going off about AIPAC and Israel and nonsense. Didn't get the memo about mending fences. She's going to have to teach him how to mend fences. Yeah. Total class act. Love to see it.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where we're tracking some troubling new signs for the job market in an economy already rattled by the ongoing Iran war, as the conflict shows few signs of ending, despite a flurry of diplomacy that notably does not appear to include the U.S. All of it a sharp reality check for President Trump, who has sought to sell a more positive spin on the issues tied to the economy and affordability, with the midterms fast approaching.
So a year ago, Trump got some bad news like this, and he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and blamed her, saying that they are fudging the numbers. And here we are now, where they had to do a big downward revision, and he doesn't even have a commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because the Senate rejected his last one, and they haven't approved the current nominee. So who's he going to blame this time? Made up some dumb shit about the Bureau of Labor Statistics last time, literally a year ago, last August. That was a huge story. Is it Biden's fault? Obviously. The thing about the Bureau of Labor Statistics is they are decentralized. They get their information from a bunch of people below them, and then they just report it. So it's really hard to fake it and fudge the numbers. And in addition to that, there's other organizations, like Yale has a program that does their own survey of jobs. What's that? The payroll company. I forgot what they are, but there's a payroll processing company that puts out numbers. And so you can, ADP, thank you. Yeah. So you can see like a trend. So if there was a really big different number coming out from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it would be obvious because it doesn't match up with what other organizations are putting out. So that was bullshit back in August. And I don't know what Trump has said about this one, but the only industry that's creating jobs right now is the healthcare industry and social services that go with that, and just dealing with an aging population. Everything else is struggling, which is not good. If it weren't for the AI boom and the construction and all that, then we really would be struggling here. See, Keith Shirley's ego is so hurt, he's starting to attack Destiny. No, I haven't seen that. I'm sure he'll apologize for whatever attack he did on Destiny and say he didn't read it. Who knows? I don't think Keith wants to go up against Destiny. I really think Keith needs to stick to his lane. We saw he's not built for this. And if he really wants to take on a raid boss like Destiny, he's going to end up on the losing end of that one. I would advise Keith to sit this one out, take his L. Should have never come on Live and Learn. And yeah, not the sharpest tool in the shed, man. I wish him luck, but he's definitely didn't get the message. But maybe Destiny will teach him a lesson.
U.S. lost 23,000 jobs last month.
He did not live, nor did he learn. Yeah, he did not get the memo for coming on our podcast. That's funny.
Economists were expecting this report would show a gain in jobs. Unemployment ticked down slightly to 4.1%, in part driven by more people giving up on looking for work. In a statement, the White House reacting to the report, saying, quote, "The Trump industrial resurgence is on schedule. It's part of a larger trend of volatility in the labor market in
What kind of statement is that from the White House? Look at the red on the board right there. Downward revision the last 2 months, just anemic job growth. Because it's strange, because the first 2 months of the year popped off after it went up, down, up, down, up, down towards the end of the year. And then things were looking good the first 2 months, first couple of months. And boy, for the White House to try to spin this as positive is fascinating.
President Trump's second term, with the U.S. shedding jobs in 6 of the last 14 months, a pattern not seen since the Great Recession. It also comes as the Iran war has driven up energy prices at home. Prices at the pump are still more than $1 higher than before the war, although they've come down off their recent highs. Amid the economic turbulence, President Trump said earlier this week he deserves the highest grade possible on the issue.
Wow. Highest grade possible. No room for improvement. That is fascinating. Biden created on average 250,000 jobs a month. He never had a job. He never had a month with job loss. It took Trump like 6 months and he saw a month with job losses.
We're doing an unbelievable job. Costs are coming way down. I inherited, they talk about costs. I inherited very, very high costs.
That's not true. And inflation was a tick below 3% when Trump took office. So it has nothing to do with it at all, sir.
And they're all coming down now. The food, the groceries, it's all coming down. We've done a great job. I think we should be given an A.
I haven't noticed the groceries. I haven't noticed those prices coming down at all, man. Not sure what economy he's living in. Fantasy land over here. I mean, he can say this all he wants, right? And it's annoying. But the truth is, people are seeing something different and they're pissed. And this isn't helping them feel better about their money not going as far as it used to and seeing life get worse. The truth is, people are paying over $1,000 more in the last year for tariffs and hundreds of dollars more for gas, plus many other goods and services like healthcare going up. So he can run his mouth all he wants, but the people aren't buying it.
A+ on the economy, but I think that's coming.
Americans, however, largely disagreed. More than two.
Trump on a roll today. He said he should have a 150% approval rating with how good of a job he is doing.
Wow.
Does that mean 1.5 of every one person in the U.S. approves of him? _Imreally Carey, John Ossoff.
Yeah, I agree. I say 150% approval rating. That's crazy. He's really losing it, man. That's funny. Yeller, thank you for the $10. Adding some points to John Ossoff. Look at that. He takes the lead by 1 point. It's a slugfest at the top of the ticket here. U.S. economy. Like, I love that they juxtapose Trump's bullshit comments with a poll that shows almost 70% of people say the U.S. economy is poor.
2/3 give the economy a poor rating, and they give the president low marks for his handling of issues surrounding the economy.
God damn, bro. He's -35 on the economy. It's just like, that's not supposed to happen when you're a Republican.
The president has also struggled to convince Americans the war against Iran has been a success. Nearly 2/3 of Americans say the war is not worth fighting, and 60% disapprove of President Trump's handling of it. The gap between public sentiment and the president's posture on both the war and the economy has some Republicans worried ahead of the midterms.
There is no issue that he is winning on. Oh, nothing. The only thing they can point to is the Save America Act and like voter ID, because they've confused so many Americans that the Save America Act is simply about showing ID when you go to vote, just ignoring all the other provisions. No trans athletes, no gender affirming care for minors, which has nothing to do at all with voting. And then with voting, it's like states turning over their voter rolls. Even red states are against that. Like Idaho is suing the Trump administration right now to prevent turning over their voter rolls. It stops mail-in voting, and states like Alaska and Utah are highly against that. So I just find it fascinating that Trump is underwater on every single issue. Now, he can't do one thing right. It's just a perfect storm. This is why every day I get more confident.
The only gender-affirming card allowed are toupees for Trump.
Yeah, I don't know what that happened. He got his rug updated on his head. It's so funny. Nice luscious locks now on his dome. So weird. Thank you for the $5, Yeller. This is why I'm feeling more and more confident every day about the midterms that are like 88 days away. I mean, it's just, Trump is not doing anything, man. The one thing I'm curious about, though, is I keep seeing articles saying one of the big problems for Trump for the Republicans in 2022 and Biden's first midterms were bad candidates. So Trump, he helped promote and endorse a bunch of shitty candidates that ended up losing their races. People like Herschel Walker and Mehmet Oz, Carrie Lake. And there's some concern that the Democrats may be in a position like that now with some of our candidates. I don't think so. I think those were just absolutely atrocious candidates. I don't think we have anything anywhere near Herschel Walker. But there is a story there to discuss. I think our candidates are fine, though, especially since we dumped Graham Plattner. And I'm hoping Abdul El Sayed continues to make the right moves to win over some of the doubters and some of the people concerned about him. And we'll see what happens on Tuesday with Francesca Hong. I did see a poll showing that Crowley, basically her more moderate opponent, is moving up in the polls, but she's still, has double his support in the polls. Though Bernie Sanders said a few days ago on Pod Save America he's not endorsing her, so that's interesting. So that race might be closer than we think. I mean, the Senate Michigan race showed Abdul El Sayed up like 17 points in some polls, and he barely won by less than 1%. So those polls showing Francesca Hong way up on Crowley may be way off too. So we'll have to see what happens. We'll be keeping an eye on it.
The president addressed some of those concerns in a new interview with Punchbowl.
Did Bernie say why? Yeah, and it was absolutely pathetic. And I don't think I'm shocked Bernie thinks we're all that stupid. And surprisingly, John Favreau, who was interviewing him on Pod Save America, didn't even press him on it. Bernie said, we don't usually get involved in state or mayoral races. And so, yes, we endorsed Troy Jackson for governor in June in Maine, but we don't really get involved in those races, and I don't know much about it. That's basically what he said. I mean, it's such bullshit. I think that is such a cop-out and such a lie. And I've never felt like Bernie is lying to the American people before. One time, there was one moment after 2020 where he was promoting his podcast, and he was like, we're the only source you can really trust. You should tune into my podcast. The news isn't the best source. And he basically was implying that mainstream media is fake news. And I didn't like that. But this was the first time that I've heard Bernie say something. And I'm like, this guy's just lying to the American people, man. And it really is sad to see. And the reason why I'm saying that is because Francesca Hong is one of very few faces representing his movement on the national stage right now. I mean, there's like 2 or 3 of these people who are high-profile democratic socialists, which he's supposed to be the head of, and it's supposed to be his movement. And he's not endorsing her and not even engaging with her. It just seems weird to allow that to happen.
It's been a big problem for ours during the Trump era. There's a world where ours get the 60 Senate majority if they ran normal people this last decade.
I agree. Yeah, they should not have lost in a lot of races, but because of poor candidate quality, they've seen some gut-wrenching
According to
losses.
The Streets, X.com, Francesca Hong was at that iconic point of privilege DSA meeting when they couldn't get through anything. Anyway, John Ossoff.
I saw somebody posted that, and I don't know if it's her. Do you have a link to that? I'd love to watch it again with all you guys because it just cracks me up every time I see it. I did watch it last night.
Kickoff for Michigan tonight.
Yep.
Michigan Democrats in full force. Benson, El Sayed, and Buttigieg taking the stage. Win the era. Being both older and considerably larger than Pod Save America John Favreau, simply absorb him and eliminate the confusion once and for all. Ossoff.
I don't know what to make of the Pod Save America guys. I do not watch that show in my free time. It is not on my list. I don't know what the appeal is there. Roku, thank you for the $20 super chat. I was surprised to see that like McMorrow and Stevens weren't scheduled to be there. I don't know if they were just left off the ticket like the names at the top of the ticket. But yeah, there is a Unite Michigan rally tonight with, I heard, special guest Pete Buttigieg, but I thought he was hosting it. He's a resident of Michigan, and so I guess they wanted him to be there. But yeah, the ticket, our governor, candidate for governor, Senate, lieutenant governor, etc. We'll check in on that later. Thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate that. Winners only. Yeah, I guess. Okay, Nellie's got a link here. This is hilarious, man. I mean, it looks like her, right? This is so funny. This was some like DSA convention. It says National Convention, I guess from 2020. I don't know.
Against name, chapter, pronoun.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Okay.
Very brief point of information. If you are using a microphone, talk into it directly like I am right now, and do not wave your face back and forth because people cannot hear you. That is all.
Okay, awesome.
Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him. I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload, and that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety. Like, the be comradely isn't just for, like, you know, let's keep things civil or whatever. It's so that people aren't going to get triggered and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate. We have.
Yeah, so these guys are going to take over, huh? This is what I'm saying. Like, these fucking nerds are going to, these guys, come on, man. Give me a break. Got to be a bit. No, this is them, man.
Have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disability. First of all, in this room, I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm not engaging, but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important, because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up for people. Don't talk to cops.
Point of privilege. Can I reiterate that we, for the sake of our comrades who have sensory issues, refrain from hissing, loudly shouting out your opinion on a vote, or waving banners and signs that reflect your vote in front of people?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Andy P. From Los Angeles, they, them pronouns. Could I please ask the chair to, again, there was a previous point of privilege about waving around signs, that it is distracting to other comrades. I have autism. This is distracting to me. I would like to ask our fellow delegates, please, to not wave around your signs, especially during voting. Thank you.
Yes.
Please don't wave your signs, okay? There's people in the room who have autism, and it is especially distracting for them.
When we're raising our placards, when we transition between the votes, can we slow down a little bit, because it's starting to get
They're going to call this a religious congregation.
This is DSA from, I think, 2020.
When we transition between the votes, can we slow down a little bit, because it's starting to get confusing for people? Thank
Totally.
you.
Yep. Okay, so now we're going to vote.
I have a question, a point of order.
So voting yes would be to make it. Hold on, could I just get through my sentence, please? Vote all those in favor
Point of inquiry?
Yeah, what's your point of inquiry?
As it stands, this is Daniel Ray from Piedmont. He, him pronouns.
So we are a bit behind.
Dude, I'd have so much lunch money if I went to that event. Oh my God. Holy shit, man. Bunch of fucking nerds.
Your critics on the Hill, Republicans, say privately, you don't really care about Congress. You don't care about losing the majority.
Filmed on an iPhone 5. Nelly found the worst quality version that she could. So you can thank Nelly in the Twitch chat for that. I don't think it's her. This woman's wearing a Boston shirt. Hong wouldn't be wearing that. Yeah, I don't know. They're all bad? No, I saw a decent one yesterday.
You'll do your thing either way. You're president. You could do
No, it's
orders.
not right.
Is that not right?
Yeah, it's not right. I'd love to win. We're going to fight hard. We raised a lot of money. I raised a lot of money for just this purpose. I'm going to spend it I'm going to help Republicans. And so when you say I don't care.
No, I didn't say that. I said some people say that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I could do.
Oh, I kind of want to watch this. Jake Sherman. He's not some sort of pushover. He's like one of the most well-respected
I left
journalists.
Vosh and Surf's discords because people are so confrontational about being their own version of correct above all costs.
Sheesh.
Thankfully, I found this space later on.
I could not imagine worse places to be than those interviews. Or those discords, man. My God. Thank you for the link.
Point of privilege. Could people in the chat please stop using emotes? I am sensitive to emotional imagery. Camaraderie, the signs behind you are distracting. Can you please take them down? /J.
I will. I'm sorry. Listen, to all my viewers with silent disabilities, I will try harder. I apologize, guys. We'll do better. It's just so stupid because these are like valid concerns in some way, right? Like these guys ruin it for everyone else. There are people out there who have silent disabilities who aren't being weird and idiots about it like these freaks, you know? Like if you go to a big event, there's going to be people making noise, dummy. You don't go then. Like that's not for you. You know, like if you're in a wheelchair, you're not going to Raging Waters to the water park. That's just it, man. That sucks, but them's the breaks, you know. You're limited in some ways, and you can't expect the world to just dance around you. There's plenty of stuff you can do though, and it's like, come on, man. Don't be a stick in the mud. And most people who have disabilities are definitely not like that. They're like, hey man, I'm not trying to draw attention to myself. I mean, there's stuff I can't do because of my vision, and you know. But everybody's got something, man, and them's the breaks. But when you like draw attention to it at an event that you're clearly not built for, then you need to. You're doing yourself any favors. So yeah, when I like to remind myself of that event when I think about DSA taking over.
A lot easier. I said to somebody, wait a minute, you don't understand. I won. I'm not campaigning. Now that's the other thing. I get a tremendous vote. I have records in many of the states, the most votes ever in Texas and Florida and many, many states, Alabama. The question is, will they vote?
Someone with a speech impediment. I have that no one donate to make the Obama alert sound.
You guys are hilarious, okay? You're offending people right now. I can just see my hate watchers reviewing this VOD and hissing and saying what a monster I am for laughing and you guys for making jokes. How dare you guys? You're offending 3.5 people out there with these jokes. Disgusting. Should be ashamed of yourselves.
A lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, they're angry at Republicans. But they're not angry at me.
Why?
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
Joining me now.
I love that about Trump. Trump's like, I didn't do anything. You're the leader of the party, Jagoff. You're the one who's doing policy that's dragging them down. Like, why do you think people are angry at Republicans? What do you think it has anything to do with the policy that you are spearheading and in complete control of? Like, it's so crazy. I don't know, man. They just don't like Republicans. That's wild. I don't mind it though. It's a losing strategy. Imagine if Trump was actually competent and doing a decent job. We'd be cooked, man. It'd be game over.
Now is NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, and NBC
If
News
a person
chief
who
international
uses sign language is missing a finger, is that an accent or a speech impediment?
I think they make do, man. I think it's I don't know. I don't think you need to be perfect. Who knows?
Correspondent Keir Simmons. Gabe, let me start with you at the White House. These latest jobs numbers clashing with the president's rhetoric about the economy. Take me inside your conversations with sources in the administration. What are they saying about this latest report and how it relates to the midterms?
Well, Kristen, I thought it was very interesting, the soundbite you just played there from the Punch Bowl interview with the president saying that some people are upset at Republicans, but they're not upset with me. And that appears to be his thinking on this, that since he's not technically on the ballot during this midterm election, it's not really his fault. Well, that remains to be seen. You showed those poll numbers. A lot of voters very concerned about his handling of the economy. But what we're hearing from the White House today, they're really downplaying these jobs numbers. We heard from Kevin Hassett, the director of the National Economic Council, earlier today, calling these latest numbers noisy and touting what the administration sees as its economic victories, that manufacturing jobs are seeing an uptick. Although, as you pointed out, the jobs numbers are far worse than expected. The unemployment rate also ticking down, although, as you point out, that analysts say that's due in part to fewer people looking for work. Now, the White House, again, trying to make...
What do those people do? Like, I haven't been able to find an answer to that. If you stop looking for work, are you going back to school? Are you just like moving in with your parents? What does that entail? I know some of those people are just retiring. They're just, that's it. I'm going to leave early or whatever. But I'd love to see an explanation for where these people go who just leave the workforce. Welfare? Maybe, yeah. Maybe they just go sign up for every program. But the average time on SNAP benefits is like less than a year. People don't really live off those social welfare programs. I mean, some do, of course, but if you look at the actual statistics, most people don't stay on them for very long. I went back to school, just did a third interview at a local auto shop. I gotcha. Yeah, I guess they go back to school and just kind of live with family or something. I don't know.
The argument that things will get better, that gas prices will come down once the war in Iran is over, but there are real questions about where that moves forward. But again, White House officials trying to sound optimistic. They say that yes, the president is trying to head out and get his message across, that he went to Las Vegas this week. But what he has been doing, rather than talking up his accomplishments so much, he has found that he is blaming Democrats heading into this midterms. In the absence of touting his own economic accomplishments, he's trying to paint Democrats and their candidates as communists, a message that he feels will do very well over the coming months, Kristen.
I definitely think it'll have an impact, but I think it's pretty small compared to the economy and the Iran war. Those things are much bigger motivators to get people out to vote than the Democrats or communists. Also, I believe that our more extreme candidates will moderate as we get closer to November. If Francesca Hong wins, I believe she'll take some steps to alter her rhetoric to appeal to a wider group of people. I mean, they have to. Same thing with El Sayed. They absolutely have to. So right now, Trump is being a bit hysterical by pointing to some of the things they've said in the primaries, but I think they'll be able to offset that to a degree by putting out some more moderate statements. These are swing states that Hong and El Sayed are running in, so they know they have to win over people that aren't already on board with the way they've been talking.
Gabe, as you well know, what is looming over all of this is the war with Iran. I want to read something that Iran's top negotiator posted today on social media. He wrote, "Massive attack coming. Wait, never mind. They want to negotiate. That's theater diplomacy on loop." What has the reaction been inside the White House? And is there a sense amongst the president's allies that he needs to have a clearer strategy, or at least lay out a clearer strategy for the American people?
Well, certainly, Kristen, it doesn't appear that the administration has a clear strategy, at least not one that they have articulated thus far. But the president is trying to argue
voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to us. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Hello, Screw/DSA pronouns. Can we stop with all the triggering language? There are people out there with typing disabilities unable to express their outrage.
Please, guys, I've said it a few times. Thank you for the reminder. Games are for kids 91. Appreciate the $10 super chat.
We are in the middle of peak 65, a 4-year height for boomers' retirement. Roughly 2024 through 2027.
Interesting. I haven't heard that one. I have to look into that. Peak 65. Yeah, I do think some people are just saying, forget it. I'm not learning AI. I can't compete with some 25-year-old who's just using Claude to run circles around me.
One thing the Dems got to do is get more normies a bit more involved in primary politics.
Yes.
The only people who care are either freaks or hyper-involved.
Well, I do agree. I think, guys, we can be so influential if we're more involved. And it's like we have to lead by example. We have to get involved. We have to go join our local Democratic Party chapters. We have to go to our local college Democratic Party chapters. Otherwise, it's going to be a bunch of freaks that are just focused on single issues and love Hassan. So get out there, do your thing, and I have to think how I can get more involved too, honestly. I don't know. I have to think about it, but I think we just need to get involved because I think you guys are normal people, and boy, you can move mountains if you show up to some of these meetings. So I really think DSA is surging right now because it's a fun place to be. I've talked about how the Republicans have created these cool events like Turning Point USA used to be. CPAC used to be. People go get drunk and they have fun and they party and their conventions. LibCon looked like it was a little bit of that, very little, but kind of a hint of that. And we just need cool stuff for people to do. And I think the Democratic Party could learn from some of the DSA meetings because it's basically just like a drinking club and a hangout for a lot of people. And you see, like when Keith Edwards was pressed about why do you go on the podcast on Monday, he's just like, it's basically fun that they're doing stuff. They're taking action. And then when we asked him more, he couldn't explain anything. So you could tell he was just going because it's fun and the people there are cool. So why can't we do that? They're not like, it's not because of socialism. It's not because of they hate capitalism or something. They're just kind of riding that wave. Most people there don't support any of the DSA platform, but that's where the young, cool people are. So it's an aesthetic, it's lame to call yourself a Democrat. Why would you? People think you're like Biden or Kamala. Well, that's boring. Dems need more hot chicks. Yup. Hot chicks and hot dudes.
Yes, the Iranians want to make a deal that what they say in public is different than what they're telling the administration.
Okay, I don't care about the Iran roller coaster. Let's go to jobs.
Pit that is left here in the White House after.
Look at how far along they are. Gib Gutierrez, these latest jobs numbers. What does it say about the labor market? Even economists were caught off guard, right?
Yeah, Kristen, this tells us that the labor market is not chugging at the quite firepower that we had been seeing in earlier parts of the year. You could see 23,000 jobs. That's how many we lost in the month of July. You would have to go back to February to go back to a month where we saw a contraction in the amount of people on non-farm payrolls, according to the government. Again,
and this is going to get lowered even more. The way this works is the Bureau of Labor Statistics revises their monthly numbers for 3 months, 2 months. So they will continue to get data over the next 2 months and revise the numbers. And that's why they did a downward revision for May and June. They have, I believe it's like, I don't remember the number. It's like 600,000 businesses across America are covered by their, what they call an establishment survey. And every month they reach out to businesses and ask them, are you hiring? Are you firing? And the big companies are the ones that are capable of responding immediately. And so BLS gets like 60% of the companies that they reach out to respond in the first month because the smaller guys are struggling. It's a little harder to comply and get to responding to the government. And usually the bigger companies are doing better than the smaller companies. So if the bigger companies are reporting and there was negative 23,000 jobs, then it's almost guaranteed that when the smaller companies get their data to BLS over the next 2 months, that number is going to keep going down. And that's why you saw a downward revision for the last 2 months, because lo and behold, the little companies got their information to BLS and they ain't doing as well as the big boys. So this is a troubling sign. Smaller companies are really feeling the burn. Yeah. But it's important to understand the methodology behind how this survey works.
We were expecting 83,000 jobs to be added to the economy during this month. So this was a huge miss and a noticeable step down. It's almost like a line since March of the amount of jobs that we've been adding per month. And when you take a look at the unemployment rate, it did tick down to 4.1% from 4.2%, but not necessarily for good reasons. That's because there were fewer people looking for work, which means the numerator in that fraction got, it changed. And for that reason, the unemployment rate did tick down. But you want more people looking for work, not the opposite. As far as
So that's something you'll probably see some MAGA and conservatives try to highlight, that the unemployment number went down. So but you have to know why. Well, why did unemployment go down? If we lost jobs, is it just because jobs were lost? No, that would mean unemployment goes up. But because immigration has been brought to a standstill and the labor participation rate is alarmingly going down, so people are just giving up. They're just quitting. They're retiring, or they're just not looking for jobs anymore. That's not good. That's not a good reason for the unemployment rate to go down. XVN with the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. Thank you, man. Appreciate you hooking up some chatters over there on YouTube. That's dope.
Changes by industry, it's no surprise that with the net amount of jobs contracting in the month of July, you can see retail, trade, financial activities, leisure and hospitality all losing jobs in the month. Healthcare, which has been a bright part of this labor market over the past few months, did continue to add jobs, 22,000 in the month. But again, overall, some yellow flags over where this labor market is going with a contraction in the month of July.
Well, of course, affordability is the big issue, Brian. Are paychecks actually keeping up with inflation?
And that is another point of caution in this particular report, because we got to read on wages how much in.
This is a big deal. So this is what killed Biden. It wasn't just inflation. It was inflation surpassing wages for like 2 years. That kicked people's ass. And now wages are below inflation again. And this is the first time in a couple of years, I think since 2022, that we've been in this position. So very bad place for Trump to be in.
Or average hourly earnings did a person make compared to those average hourly earnings last year? And that increase was 3.2% in the August 2026 to August 2025 period. The bad news is the last read on inflation that we got from July to July period was 3.5%. That means that prices at the store are rising at a faster pace than the wallets, rather than the income that's going into your wallet. That is something that is of alarm there.
Well, all eyes on the Fed now. They are obviously watching these numbers quite closely. They'll get one more jobs report before they meet in September. What do you anticipate? How might the Fed respond to this?
Yeah, well, it's really interesting because as a result of this particular report, you had some saying maybe the Fed won't be as eager to hike interest rates in September, as was the chatter going into that decision. But you also have some that are saying, whoa, hey, pump the brakes, because there's a lot of data coming in. As you point out, we'll get another jobs report, but even next Wednesday, we'll get another read on this number right here, inflation. If this number is high, that would put back onto the table the interest rate hike in September. A lot can happen between now and then. And as we know, there's a new person leading the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh, who's been a bit of a Pandora's box himself.
Yeah. All right. Kevin Hassett saying that the president had been in contact with Kevin Warsh. All right. Brian Chung, thank you so very much for breaking down all the numbers for us. Keir Simmons, let me turn to you in Doha, watching all of this very close.
No, I don't care about the Iran stuff. It's just a roller coaster of Trump claiming we're close to a deal, attacking. So until that stops, I don't think there's anything worth paying attention to over there. Then they've got a report on Bill Cassidy. So there was some drama because Mitch McConnell is out. If 3 Republicans voted no in the Senate on Todd Blanche's confirmation as Attorney General, it would be sunk. Susan Collins already came out, said she was a no. Lisa Murkowski said she was a no this morning, and then it came down to Bill Cassidy. He was the last holdout. Nobody knew what he was going to do, and he went and gave this long speech on the Senate floor this morning and said he's going to vote for him. So he saved Todd Blanche's confirmation as Attorney General, which, you know, is what it is, man. He was going to stay on as acting Attorney General anyways, and it doesn't change much. There's like a few niche things that he couldn't do that his deputies could do if he wasn't confirmed, but so it really doesn't make much of a difference. But, you know, another pussy Republican scared for his life, basically. So Trump primaried him, and people were thinking this would be his revenge. But of course, he wussed out. These guys are more terrified of their personal safety when they leave office than doing the right thing. So another Republican with no spine. And then looks like they're talking about Trump endorsed Andy Ogles, a sitting congressman, pretty big name from the Freedom Caucus. If you follow politics closely, Andy Ogles is one of these instigators in the House, and lost his primary last night in Tennessee, even though Trump endorsed him. So a sign of Trump's weakness.
All right. Well, we will watch to see if the vote, in fact, happens today. We also have more primary results. Last night, incumbent Republican Andy Ogles of Tennessee lost his primary despite having the president's endorsement. What happened here?
This is actually a fascinating.
Look at that. He got his ass kicked, too.
Development, Kristen, and there's many components to it that are leading to this trend of incumbents losing their seats. It's happening actually on both the right and the left. Part of it is a redistricting problem. While these districts have been redistricted to help Republicans, what they're doing is creating new districts where the existing Republicans aren't necessarily familiar with their constituents. That's what happened here in Tennessee. But there's also a trend line where more and more Freedom Caucus members are either losing their seats or just leaving Congress outright. Andy Ogles is an example of that in Tennessee, but we also saw Dan Crenshaw lose his primary a bit as well. There are several other Republicans, Matt Gaetz, another one, that have just decided to get up and leave Congress. Actually, Matt Gaetz not technically a Freedom Caucus member, but from that wing of the party. And so in this case, what is unique about it, though, is that Ogles still had President Trump's endorsement. It was not enough, and he's no longer going to be a member of Congress after this year.
I mean, you can't ignore that. This isn't the first time. There was a Trump-endorsed candidate on Tuesday in Michigan that lost to some guy who gave up on his campaign a month ago and endorsed someone else. Pretty interesting. So these are signs that I point to when I try to talk about what's going to happen in the midterms. You know, it's not just polls, but special election results, primary election results. Are people that Trump is endorsing losing or winning? Well, you know, all these things add up to a nasty looking midterms for the Republicans. I have no idea about the guy who won, if he is a Trump hater. I just assume he's MAGA bootlicker like anyone else. But the important conclusion is Trump's endorsement didn't get this guy across the finish line. Did you see Trump try and distance himself instantly after the primary? I'm sure he did.
Fascinating development, as you say, points to some of the ongoing fallout from the redistricting efforts. Ryan Nobles, thanks so much. Great to see you, as always. Coming up, team of rivals, Michigan Democrats turn to the difficult task of unifying after a divisive Senate primary. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who narrowly lost to Abdul al-Sayed, joins us next. Plus, President Trump challenging the Supreme Court's decision and issuing new executive orders targeting birthright citizenship. One of the president's former attorneys breaks it down. You're watching Meet the Press now. Stay with us.
I read a little bit about that, and it was something very pedantic. Like, if you visit the country and you're here on like a tourist trip and you have a baby, then you won't be allowed for that baby to be a citizen. Like, just some stupid little nonsense that doesn't impact anybody. But Stephen Miller and Trump desperately trying to salvage their attack on birthright citizenship. CM, thank you for re-upping your membership over on YouTube. Off to Minnesota soccer game. Nice. Have fun, buddy. So here we have Haley Stevens just being a class act and doing great interviews. We saw her first interview yesterday on CBS, and now she's doing another interview on NBC News. I think she did an interview on CNN last night too that we'll check out, but she's been great. She's gotten right behind Abdul El-Sayed, and she's not shying away from questions about her positions. I think she's showing what a good leader is like and why so many people voted for her.
Welcome back. Michigan Democrats are coming together tonight for a unity rally meant to heal some of the wounds caused by a bruising primary. Tonight's event will be headlined by former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who lives in Michigan and whose name has been floated as a 2028 presidential contender. The rally comes just days after Abdul El-Sayed narrowly defeated Congresswoman Haley Stevens by just over 15,000 votes in a seat that is critical for Democrats if they want to retake the Senate. After his win, El-Sayed extended an olive branch to Congresswoman Stevens. Listen.
There is so much more we agree on. So I'm looking forward to unifying together. The Congresswoman and I, the Senator and I, we've had some great conversations about where we go from here, and we cannot wait to come together and win in November.
And joining me now is Michigan Congresswoman Haley Stevens. Thank you so much for joining me, Congresswoman. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you.
It's so funny to see all the losers not get the memo from Abdul El-Sayed in his victory speech saying it's time to mend fences. These people cannot shift to coalition building and reaching out to people that didn't vote for him. They're still in attack mode, and you'll see them come in here and cry a river. They have nothing else. But they're not helping Abdul El-Sayed. So it just shows that they don't actually care about winning and getting into power. It's just about owning the libs, which is pathetic. This should be about getting your movement into a position of power so that you can advance the cause you care about. But they're more interested in giving liberals a hard time because they're losers, you know? Like, here's a little baby that came into my channel. There you go. You get out of here. You go find mom and dad.
Let me just start with this unity rally tonight, just to set the stage here. Are you planning to attend, and what do you hope to hear from Abdul El-Sayed?
No, this is we've got a good ticket going, all right? And so Pete Buttigieg, Abdul, Jocelyn Benson, our amazing candidate for governor. You know, the whole crew is up there. A lot of Dems are there. And, you know, we want everyone to shine. I'm here in Detroit. I'm winding down my campaign office. And look, the primary's over. I know people always want to talk about these things even after they've happened. Abdul got more votes. It was, you know, all the prognosticators talking about the infighting. Newsflash, Democrats like Democrats. A lot of Democrats came out to the polls on election day, a lot more than Republicans. And now they're all gathered around, you know, with our awesome ticket. I was grabbing coffee in Royal Oak this morning, talking to voters. People are voting. People in Detroit are voting. That's what we want to have happen because we will beat Republicans. We are going to stop the madness with this corrupt, broken, cost increasing, out of control stuff that's been going on. No one likes it. People aren't happy here.
Just to be very clear, so you're not going tonight. You're not going to be at the unity rally?
Well, I'm not. This is for the ticket. I mean, if they, you know, it's okay. I'm supporting them. I'm all happy to be here. I just told you I'm at my. There's no drama. Okay, I know.
I'm disappointed that they didn't invite her. What's up with that? It's just the ticket. Why not have her go there? I guess they were afraid that their supporters would boo her or something weird like that. That's the only thing I can think of, right? I was wondering what's going to happen tonight. Are they going to boo her? Are there people who are going to scream, you know, crazy stuff? But she's not even invited.
I bet she does a good Gilbert Gottfried impression.
Probably does a great one. She got 48% of the vote. Having her there would be smart. Yeah, if we're going to unite the ticket, then probably having her there would have been a good move, right? maybe she'll make a surprise appearance. I don't know. It just sounds like what a screw up to not have her there. I mean, if I was Abdul El-Sayed, I would be campaigning with her all across Michigan every day of the week if I could. I would have her at everything. It's just idiotic to not be standing side by side. I mean, that's the best way to win over people that didn't vote for him. And more people voted for someone besides El-Sayed in Tuesday's Democratic primary than for him. So they have a lot of work to do to win these people over. And having her at every event, as many events as possible, that would be a huge step in mending those fences. So I don't really understand the strategy. I think this is a misstep. And, you know, put this on the pile along with keeping Hassan in the camp as well. I think El-Sayed should also drop Hassan like a box of bricks as soon as possible. I don't see what value he brings to his campaign. He's going to drag him down. So we'll see. So far, I've been unimpressed with Abdul El-Sayed and his shift to the general campaign, but there's still a lot of time left, and I hope he changes course here. I still think he can win if he continues like this, but he's just making it harder for himself for no reason.
You want the drama? I don't have drama. I'm a proud Democrat. I told them they want, you know, I'm going to go do whatever with the party. I'm a soldier. I was a door knocker in 06. I door knocked in the early 2000s. You know, look, it's not about that. This is about supporting our awesome Democratic candidates that are on the ticket who will beat these Republicans. We got to get together. We're united. I'm on the team. You know, everyone knows, I'll say it again for the folks watching, I'm a passionate Zionist Democrat. It's not my only issue. I'm a
Look at her getting that in. Wow. I could talk about that for like an hour. I'm a Zionist Democrat. I think she's kind of throwing her weight around a little bit. Like, you want to win this race, you're going to have to change your tune on attacking Israel and Zionists and, you know, what's leading to anti-Semitism. I mean, she's not saying that by accident. She is standing her ground. She wasn't saying that during the campaign. I don't recall a single time when she said I'm a Zionist, but she is demanding that people change their tune on this issue. And that's interesting, man. Very interesting. Nevis, thank you for the resub on Kick. Only 896 days of diaper in chief remain. Hell yeah, bro. Count down the days. She's also saying that to say that AES is accepting a Zionist in his campaign. Yep. She's trying to write the script for him that this is how you win, dude. You have to reach out to these people. You cannot have people thinking that you are anti-Semitic. You need to embrace this point of view. It doesn't mean he needs to become a Zionist, but he needs to show that he's okay with people that support Israel. It doesn't mean that they support what Israel is currently doing, just that the idea of Israel, which Bernie Sanders believes in, Brad Lander believes in, plenty of people in the progressive wing of the party believe in the existence of Israel and what it stands for. So she is forcing that into his coalition, and that's going to be interesting to see how he reacts to that. That was a very interesting line. That stands out to me.
I'm on the team. You know, everyone knows, I'll say it again for the folks watching, I'm a passionate Zionist Democrat. It's not my only issue. I'm a manufacturing policy nerd. I got an awesome pedigree with lessening our dependence on China, creating manufacturing jobs. Oh my gosh, we want to do.
So is it cool to be a Zionist now?
I don't know if it's cool. I think you'll get a lot of heat from some psychopaths, but I think smart Democrats are recognizing that this is going to be a losing issue in the general if we allow the Republicans to say that that the Democratic Party hates Israel, because they're painting it as they're anti-Semitic. They hate Jews. And I also think the anti-Zionism stuff has led to an increase in anti-Semitism. I mean, why? What else can be the explanation? I mean, you could say, no, it's Israel's actions. Okay. I mean, I don't think that many people are tuned into that, but I think a lot of the anti-Zionist rhetoric has led to Jews being the number one victims of hate crimes in New York City this year. You can go look it up. I read an article talking about how Jewish people make up 10% of New York City, but they are the majority of hate crimes. So there is a real problem with anti-Semitism out there.
That here in Michigan, Trump's been costing us jobs right and left with the erratic tariffs. It's a major problem.
Let me ask you, because you heard Abdul al-Sayed say that he spoke to you. Has he asked you to campaign with him, and do you plan to do that? What can we expect to see?
Look, Abdul's out there. He's working his tail off. I'm not trying to drive him crazy. I did that enough in the primary. Okay. I mean, I think he likes me. We hugged. We had a good time. Enough of all this. I mean, this is about helping people. Like, I am in Detroit right now, where there's amazing things happening in this city. It's an incredible city. And there's people who need government services, who this administration is trying to, rip from them. Medicaid, healthcare, it's so real. I mean, there is a hospital right down the street. It's called Henry Ford Hospital. Some people are mad at them because they're off with the unions. My friends at the Teamsters, they're great people. They're going to be getting out the vote. Abdul wants to do the PRO Act. Alyssa Slotkin wants to do the PRO Act. She's our senator. She's helping guide this ticket. I know she wants to work with Abdul. She's all on board. But this is happening. We're going to win.
Let me ask you, speaking.
See, she's very smart to just say, look, no drama. I gave him a hard time during the campaign. That's over. Otherwise, if you hide from this stuff, like he has dodged these questions. When he was asked about Dana Nessel, the attorney general, saying she's uncomfortable going to the convention next month for him, he said, I don't worry about that. I'm not concerned about that. That's not it, man.
She ain't worried about losing her seat because she has tons of offers to do voice acting.
She'll be all right. I think she'll be just fine. She won't be in Congress, but she'll end up doing something. She'll be fine. But this is it, man. Enough with the dodging. Enough with the obfuscating. Enough with the deflecting. Just answer the questions head on, and then they'll leave you alone. And so she's telling people there's no drama. I'm telling you, there's nothing, man. And I think she's serious. But I have not been impressed with Abdul al-Sayed's reaction to some of this.
Tough without your car, are ya? Rolling on the floor laughing emoji, also Pete.
What's that from? Thank you, Roku, for the $20 super chat. Where is Pete in this poll? Okay, he's in third place. He's a little bit behind. But he's very early in the month.
Of the general, Abdul al-Sayed.
We're going to win.
Let me ask you, speaking of the general, Abdul al-Sayed will be facing off against Mike Rogers, as you well know, the Republican candidate. He's trying to appeal to some of your voters, Congresswoman. Listen to what his message is. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
To the vast majority of
waste of $20? What the hell are you talking about? You on thin ice there, champ.
People across Michigan who do not want to throw their support behind a campaign filled with anger, divisiveness, calls for violence, and the views that are out of touch with your values, well, you have a home with us.
Do you have concerns that some of those moderate voters who turned out for you could, in fact, vote for Mike Rogers? And what's your message to them?
Oh, Mike Rogers. Great job reaching out to disaffected Democrats. Surely they'll be on board with you. I think more people are more likely to just not go out and vote than to go vote for Mike Rogers. They're soured on al-Sayed and his association with freaks like Hassan, and they're about to see $300 million worth of ads that are just going to flat out say Abdul El Sayed said America deserved 9/11. They're just going to skip the whole Hassan Piker streamer friend part and just start saying Abdul El Sayed said it. You think Pete is building name recognition by campaigning all over the country for different Dems candidate? I think Pete is trying to raise his national profile for 2028. I think he's 100% running.
Well, look, the beauty of the primary is all the views have been aired out. Everything that needed to be said was said. We had a long, amazing American democratic process. We nominated our candidate. We got through it. The votes were cast. You know, people lose sight of that votes get cast. They got counted. I loved watching it. It was amazing. And it's going to be amazing in November when we beat Mike Rogers. I mean, he's going to say every which way thing out of both sides of his mouth. This is a multi-millionaire. He became a lobbyist. He sold out. He moved to Florida. I don't know what his objective is. He was an anti-Trump. Now he's a Trump. Now, what is he doing for Michigan? He's not articulating what our manufacturers need. He's running an ad about workshop in the schools. Well, Trump cut the grants for the public schools. I mean, go talk to Mumford High School here in Detroit. You know, we have the largest number of FIRST robotics teams in the country here in Michigan, and Trump is only making it harder for those kids to learn the skills of the future. And Mike's lying. You know, we need good Democrats who care about good government services so that we can deliver for constituents and people, period.
Let me ask you about one of the big.
Why ban me for posting emotes? You posted emotes from two dipshits channels. What else am I supposed to make of that? Why are you subscribed to two idiots? Why would you post those emotes in my channel? Of course you're going to get banned. What do you think?
Issues as
wow, that is a bit like nails on chalkboard. All right, you're out of here.
You know, the dividing line.
These people who support El Sayed just cannot change. They are in full attack mode and will continue until Election Day, just stupidly not following Abdul's commands.
John Ossoff is my GOAT. I think he will be our 2028 candidate.
We'll have to see what happens with the governor's race in November. If Keisha Lance Bottoms wins, then I think it definitely becomes more realistic. But yes, it's funny to me to watch these sore winners continue with the attacks. It just shows you that they're not serious and they're not interested in fixing anything.
Excuse me. Point of privilege. I literally have panic attacks when I see Haley Stevens on screen.
Noted. Guys, please look out for your fellow comrades in here, okay?
Between you and Al Sayed on the campaign trail, support for Israel. Michael Horowitz, a Jewish community leader in Detroit, said this after Mr. Al Sayed's win. He said, quote, "I can't vote for Al Sayed." He went on to say he's leaning.
Wow, look at this.
Hunter Biden, please. The true unity candidate.
Herp derp. Throwing some love to a Biden. Let's go. Jewish Democrats in Michigan weigh crossing party lines. Wow, surely this won't contribute to anti-Semitism. I can't vote for El Sayed. Michael Horowitz confirmed he was now leaning strongly to Rogers. See, I think El Sayed could win this guy over by just going out there and moderating his position, abandoning people like Hassan Piker. That will make people like this feel a lot better, man. I think he's got to do it. Got to do it. Yeah, this guy's not going to be won over as long as he keeps hanging out with Hassan Piker.
Leader in Detroit said this after Mr. Al Sayed's win. He said, quote, "I can't vote for Al Sayed." He went on to say he's leaning strongly to Rogers. "I have heard from many in the Jewish community who say they will be supporting Rogers." What is your reaction to that? And could it cost the seat?
Look, it's a private decision. I'm not going to drum up drama so you keep asking me to get on your show. I mean, people are going to respectfully cast votes. I know Michael Horowitz. I have not talked to him. I think he's a great guy. I've actually been over to his house for dinner. He's my constituent. But, and I haven't talked to him. I really haven't. I will. But, and respectfully, my job, I'm a congresswoman. It's to listen to people. It's to hear them out. Michael votes. I don't think he misses elections. People are going to go take a private vote. There was some pain after the last election.
The border wall, oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Ossoff, stop advocating for popular senators to vacate their seat and run for president challenge. Difficulty, impossible.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm concerned about that with like Tallarico and Ossoff. It's like, who's going to be able to replace them? We got to hold, these are seats that are tough to hold on to. And these guys seem to be they got something special. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in the midterms with the governor's race. But yeah, I mean, you can't knock people for being excited about their, these great senators and wanting to see them do even more. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, Ossoff is Jewish, and I think that is a difficult thing for the American people to accept right now, right? Like anti-Semitism is at an all-time high. Well, it was in 2024, and it came down last year, and but it's still quite elevated. And I'm not sure a Jewish president could win in this environment. Josh Shapiro is screwed by that too. So we'll just have to see, but a lot can change in 2 years. Who knows? I love Haley Stevens' answer here. This is how you do it. Take note, you dipshit Hassan supporters and you DSA freaks who refuse to mend my fence like Abdul El Sayed told you. Stop attacking people that disagree with you when you need their vote in 88 days. The correct answer is, I respect that person's opinion, and I think we should listen to them and reach out to them, and I think they can be won over. But I think they're valid in their concerns, and let's see if we can fix things. Oh, see this is exactly why I banned you in my Twitch chat. I knew I could tell from a mile away. You fucking loser, man. You go to all my channels, so. Why'd you ban me for posting 2 emotes? And then crying in my YouTube chat now about being so mean. Again, go mend my fence, dipshit. Get your tools and go fix my fence, dummy. You did not get the memo from Abdul El Sayed. You're just hurting his campaign. I'm telling you. These guys cannot change, and it's going to hurt his campaign, man. They don't want to see him win. They don't care. They just want to bully people because whatever went wrong in their lives, they joined this movement so they can attack other people. And the fact that they have to actually do work now and try to build a wider coalition requires listening to people that they supposedly hate. They can't do it. They just can't do it. But I have faith in Abdul El Sayed being a better person than these morons who stumble into my channel.
These are all the losers that send clips to Hassan. Good riddance. Straight to the gulag.
Yeah, exactly. Go mend my fence. This is a great answer, though. Let's hear this again. Abdul El Sayed should go meet with this guy and talk to him. But these idiots who I'm banning every day would say, screw this person. They're an AIPAC shill.
Attention, Kick Chat. Please be on the lookout.
Yeah, they'll stumble their way over there. Why'd you ban me for saying, why you being so mean? Because you're a child, and this is not the place for you. Go back to your hug box. We're here to talk amongst the adults. So
I will, but, and respectfully, my job, I'm a congresswoman. It's to listen to people. It's to hear them out. Michael votes. I don't think he misses elections. People are going to go take a private vote. There was some pain after the last election during the 24 cycle. We all knew that played out, very heavily in the media. That's democracy. That's people voting. I know you guys have an objective and a media and the money and all the stuff that goes into what's happening. But you should pay more attention to what actually happens on election night. Come and interview the clerks. I just talked to these two great guys.
We covered all of it, Congressman.
Good. I'm glad you did. I'm not attacking the integrity of your. Yeah, no, you do a great job, and you were a great debate moderator. I'm not a big student of the media. I'm just encouraging you, and you can ask me any question, and I'm answering. I got to brush the hair a little bit, but
well,
what a character, man. I don't think we've seen the last of her. She really showed a lot of authenticity. It's funny how many people hated her, like she's so stupid. I've never heard an accent like that, and just attacking her for no reason, which it was led by Abdul El-Sayed. Remember, he was the one who's saying she couldn't string two coherent sentences together and that she's the worst person they could have got behind, So he led the charge of personal attacks. He had to put out that statement a few weeks ago telling his supporters, stop issuing personal attacks, which I've never seen in my life. That's crazy. But pretty cool person. She's going to be in politics. Well, she's going to be out of a job in a few months because she was unable to run for re-election for
U.S. Representative Haley Stevens is currently unmarried. _imreality based Get It Eerie.
Not my type, but I'm sure there's a match out there for her.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your answering the questions. There you go.
She's a good anchor.
Look, we appreciate it. We appreciate your answering all of these questions. But look, one of the things we noticed on Election Day, Congresswoman, you did better in counties with higher black populations. What does El-Sayed need to do in order to reach out to court some of those black voters who threw their support?
Good question.
Stevens X Erie. Ship it. Also put this on Hunter, please.
It'll add automatically if you include the candidate's name in your message. And yep, 500 points added to Hunter. He must be moving up now. He's in 6th place on the board, right behind Gavin Newsom. All right, so what is Abdul El-Sayed going to do to win over black voters? Remember, more people voted for someone other than Abdul El-Sayed in the Democratic primary on Tuesday. That shows he's got a lot of work to do, and that's why I keep telling these people, you are not helping his campaign by coming into spaces like mine and attacking liberals and Haley. Herp derp going in $20 for Hunter Biden now. Wow, look at that. He has moved ahead. He's in 4th place now, leaving those scrubs behind. Not even American. I feel sad for Michigan not voting in this Michigander. It's pretty awesome, right?
Behind you, how do you make sure they don't stay home on Election Day? I need to black pop. We noticed on Election Day, Congresswoman, you did better in counties with higher black populations. What does El-Sayed need to do in order to reach out to court some of those black voters who threw their support behind you? How do you make sure they don't stay home on Election Day?
Look, I win the House races, okay? So I'm guiding these House candidates, okay? We got Christina Hines. I want everyone watching to pay attention to Macomb County, all right? It's home of the Reagan Democrats, and it's an amazing place. It's got all the unions halls, lots of manufacturing, arsenal defense. Christina Hines is running for Congress there. She's going to flip that seat. I know how to win these House races. That's what I've done. I'm perked in the House right now. So I'd like to, of course, if Abdul wants to go do something, he's got Garland Gilchrist, he's got me, he's got people. I'm over here. I told Pelosi and Hakeem and the team that's Pelosi's retiring. Hakeem is going to be the speaker, okay? And we are going to make him the speaker from a place called Michigan. All right, that's what's happening. And so Christina's going to flip a seat. Callie Barr way in the north, she's got a good chance. We're looking at Sean McCain in the 4th Congressional. Hillary Skolton's a good friend. I mean, these are hot seats in Michigan. You're all coming in. Let's talk to them. Christina does some great work in the Black community and with voting rights and, victims abuse. She was a former victims abuse prosecutor.
Okay, so in response to how does Abdul El-Sayed prevent black voters from staying home who voted for you? What does he have to do to reach out to them? She said, well, I think there's other races for people to focus on if they are uncomfortable or not as excited about him, just reminding people that there are congressional races that need their help. So maybe that's a sign that there isn't a lot of opportunity there for Abdul El-Sayed. I don't know. Not the greatest answer for winning over the black vote. I don't know. I think that he just needs to team up with people who are in those communities. And if I were him, I would spend the next 88 days in communities that didn't vote for me, talking to their leaders and just trying to win people over. I mean, you already have your base. You don't need to spend 1 minute in your base's communities. That's why I don't think it would hurt him to kick Hassan to the curb. It would win over some people. It would help with some people that are skeptical of him and are going to be much more skeptical of him as $300 million in ads are run, showing that he's a friend of the guy who said America deserved 9/11 and let the streets run red with the capitalist blood or whatever. So if he's smart, he's going to just go work on those communities that didn't vote for him.
Well, look, there's so much to cover. We will be covering all of it, and we'll be talking to voters, too, because as you point out, that's one of the most important things. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, thank you so much for joining us.
And clearly, I am happy to keep talking to you.
Well,
thank you.
Come on back soon, Congresswoman. Great to see you. Appreciate that very much. I really appreciate your being here as well. I will be.
Oh, he's going to be on Meet the Press this Sunday. Nice.
Be speaking with Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed exclusively this Sunday on Meet the Press on your local NBC station. So make sure to tune in. You don't want to miss that conversation. We'll delve into everything I was just talking about with the Congress.
That's awesome. Okay. Oh, this is Trump's former lawyer, Ty Cobbs, with the amazing mustache. Progressives make the AI data centers a midterm focus. Okay. Just seeing what else they talked about here. All right. She was on CNN last night, I think. Curious to see what they asked her there. All the questions seem to be a little different. It was CNN or MS Now, one of them. I don't know. I don't remember which. Somebody was touting the first cable news interview with Haley Stevens. Let's see. Remember. Well, maybe I'll pursue it in my other window. All right, let's jump over to PBS NewsHour. it a reasonable take that Syed doesn't start courting centrists? That if Syed doesn't start courting centrist, people like myself take their donations and do phone banking to other winnable races. Sure. You're not obligated to do anything, and if you're more excited about another race, then I'm sure they would love your help and attention, like you're under no obligation to do anything. I really think that the responsibility is for El Sayed and his supporters to win over people. And this isn't an argument about blue no matter who. It's if a bunch of people voted for your opponent and you win, you are obligated now to go talk to those people and say to them, here's why you should vote for me now. I don't think it's that crazy of a thing. I mean, Kamala was under an obligation to go reach out to people who didn't like her too, right? Didn't do a great job of it, but she tried, she didn't have much time. But I love the people who are screaming about blue no matter who, and that they're so offended that people were telling them you have to vote for Kamala. She's the candidate. Well, they're telling people like us now, you guys have to vote and support the El Sayed. He's the candidate. And a lot of people are saying, no, he's got to reach out to people. So I'm encouraging people to challenge people on that and say, you don't like how it feels, do you? So don't you see how wrong you were in 2024? And if they say yes, that's not it. That's not good enough. You got to press them on that. I'm not saying withhold your vote or anything, though I could see people doing that. But I think this is a teachable moment for a lot of these babies who are bedwetters in 2024 to show them that it's not the appropriate response and that you should get behind the candidate. And then in the next breath, you should ask them, so you're going to support Wesley Bell, who beat Cori Bush too, right? And watch them squirm. But it's not up to us. I would encourage people to go look up his platform and look more into him and look up any concerns you have about him so that you can try to find a way to support him. I think that is definitely something people should do in general. And I think you'll be probably pleasantly surprised that he has great positions on things. I think he would make a great senator. I just talk about the politics of the next 88 days and what he's got to do to win and what I think is what are some of the right moves. I'm also concerned that he's fighting from behind right now. The polls showed that he was 1% behind Mike Rogers, and he was losing to Mike Rogers, the Republican opponent. Now, these are the same polls that showed him with a double-digit lead over Haley Stevens. So those same polls overestimated his support. I think that applies to his 1v1 matchup with Mike Rogers as well. So I'm afraid that he's even further behind than 1%. So he's got a lot of work to do. And it's not with his own supporters. That's hosting a pool party bullshit. Even Hassan said the pool party was a mistake.
You should vote for me to stop Israel. What? It's not working? What do you mean I have to earn their vote? Why are they chanting mend my fence?
Yeah, we'll see if he adapts. I think if he doesn't moderate and he doesn't start addressing the concerns of the majority of Democratic voters who voted for someone else, then he could lose. It's his race to lose, man. Let's see what PBS NewsHour was up to. They went over the jobs report, Blanche, infrastructure. Take a look at the jobs report, their analysis on that.
Friends of the news.
To the NewsHour. New labor data out today shows the U.S. economy lost jobs last month when economists had predicted modest growth. In all, there was net loss of 23,000 jobs in July. Newly revised numbers from May and June also showed 103,000 fewer jobs created than originally reported. The unemployment rate ticked down from 4.2% to 4.1%, a function of fewer people seeking jobs. Joining us with a look at what the numbers mean is Heather Long. She's the chief economist with Navy Federal Credit Union. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So this is not the jobs report many people were expecting. Where do you see the biggest weaknesses here?
Yeah, this was a real wake-up call. Definitely a bleak report. As you pointed out, it wasn't just weak in July with those losses, and they were pretty broad-based. Hospitality sector lost jobs, education lost jobs, retail, and even the financial sector, even with the stock market doing so well, lost jobs. So, but you also had revisions down, as you mentioned, in May and June. And I think that's what really shifted the view on Wall Street and here in Washington about how well this economy is actually doing. The belief was that things were maybe getting a little better, that hiring was picking up, and that's really been dashed after this report.
Let's dig a little deeper into some of those job losses in hospitality in particular. How much of that would you attribute to the World Cup, which it was largely played in the U.S. and ended on July?
Yeah, it was definitely surprising to see job losses in hospitality in June and July. And I think it's both supply and demand. I know economics speak here, but some of it is the affordability crisis. Families just aren't going out to eat as often as they were before. And then, of course, the Tartan Army has left Boston. You don't have people kind of drinking the bars dry anymore. Yeah. I think also labor supply is impacting hospitality. And what I mean by that is, look, we all know what's going on with immigration policy. There are a lot of immigrants who traditionally work in the hospitality sector. Some places are reporting difficulty finding enough workers now.
That's where you're seeing the crackdown show up in the data. There were some areas of growth we should point out. Healthcare, construction, modest growth in manufacturing. What do those numbers tell us?
Healthcare is an ongoing story. It's been the one bright spot in the job market for the past 2 years. And we got an aging population. That's pretty explanatory. Construction is interesting. That's been a real pickup this year. It's the AI boom.
You know it's bad when the bars are empty.
Less and less people are drinking, man.
These big data centers are going up across the country, and it's been a revival for construction and manufacturing. After a real slump last year, manufacturing has gained about 30,000 jobs so far this year. It's not a ton, but you got to build the machines to build the data centers and to build all those factory parts inside.
I know another data point and a trend you've been tracking closely is women in the workforce. We saw in these last month's numbers a continuing decline of the number of women in the workforce. The National Women's Law Center was actually out with a recent analysis that found over 845,000 women have left the labor force this year. That's compared to 400,000 men. What is going on here?
Wow, more than double.
I think it's really worrying. What you're seeing really in the past 2 years is that women with young children are leaving the labor force. They're just throwing up their hands and saying, I can't do it anymore. And particularly women with children 5 and under. And that's both college-educated women who used to have those work-from-home jobs, and now they're being told they have to return to the office, but also non-college-educated women who work in retail and education and other sectors that used to be giving them more opportunity, more flexibility. And now it's you have to be there from 9 to 5 or whatever those hours are. And you can see with the child care so expensive and less flexibility, women can't do it. The other alarming point in this jobs report that kind of goes alongside that, wage growth. Weakest in 5 years, 3.2%. That is totally wiped out by inflation. That financial squeeze is real for a lot of households.
We hear that from a lot of folks we talk to out in the country. And I want to ask you, too, about the job seekers, because we did see the number of people who consider themselves in the workforce. That also dropped. What should we understand about that?
Yeah, that was the lowest in 5 years for labor force participation. I will say that it's...
Listen to that. Lowest in 5 years for labor participation. That is concerning. Where are these people? What are they doing?
It's mainly folks who are retiring, some willingly, some forced. They can't find a job, 55 plus. And the other interesting one, young people still struggling a lot. And of course, the immigration factor. Foreign-born workers are definitely down due to the White House immigration policies. The one encouraging number in this report, what economists call, we have some of not the greatest names for things, but prime age labor force participation. So workers between the ages of 25 and 54, that did rebound a little bit. So again, that's where you see people in their prime working years who have a job. They are clinging to that job right now.
That's Chief Economist for the Navy Federal Credit Union, Heather Long. Thank you so much for being here and help us make sense of these numbers.
Thank you.
Well, there's why I watch Meet the Press Now and PBS NewsHour. Two different perspectives, focusing on different details of the jobs report, answering some of the questions that I had. You got to look under the hood on these jobs reports and see what's actually going on. This is bad news. Not great. I don't think they had anything else here, really.
The Trump economy is looking great, guys. Ossoff.
Fantastic. Love it. Nothing to see here. A+ for Trump on the economy. All right, we've got this Trump interview with Jake Sherman. But we also have the rally, the Unite the Ticket, general election kickoff, featuring your statewide ticket. The headliner is Pete Buttigieg.
Justices issuing.
Oh, nice audio.
You mean you don't believe in the boom in 2 weeks?
No, can't say I see a boom coming anytime soon.
I'm tired of winning, boss. Mark Kelly.
Hell yeah. So much winning. I'm just really curious to hear El Sayed and Pete Buttigieg, really. Where's the man? There he is. The legend.
Who have stepped up at every level.
Why's the audio so low?
Thank you, Michigan. How about our next governor, Jocelyn Benson?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you so much. It feels good. Usually when I'm on the road, I say it feels good to be, and then I try to remember what state I'm in, but it is good to be home in Michigan. Thank you for the huge showing tonight. Thank you for taking some time on a Friday evening to get fired up together for the work that we're going to be doing over the next 88 days. I want to acknowledge all of the great leaders who are with us, people who have stepped up at every
Nice camera work. This is on Abdul El Sayed's channel on YouTube.
level, people who will never make the mistake of treating the presidency like it's the only office that matters, because we got some work to do right here closer to home. I'm thankful to be in the city led by Mayor Mary Sheffield. To be in the tradition of Senator Slotkin and Senator Peters, in the state of Governor Gretchen Whitmer, that woman from Michigan who got a whole lot of people to see our state differently.
Look at these people. You could see them. This guy behind him was wondering if he should clap. They're like reluctantly. You better clap, dummies. What are you doing? It's time to unite the state party, right? They're so salty over Gretchen Whitmer endorsing Stevens. They can't even applaud their governor. Brilliant. Look at that. No clapping from most of the people there. Didn't get the memo from Abdul El Sayed to mend fences.
And most of all, I'm excited to be here with you. Ever since moving to be closer to our family in Grand Traverse County, or as I've learned as a Michigander to put it, the end of my ring finger right there, I have seen for myself how this state captures so many different dimensions of American life, from the auto towns that remind me of where I grew up, to the rolling hills and cherry orchards where we live now, to one of the world's great cities where we are gathered right now, Detroit, Michigan. So before I was your neighbor, you may have gotten to know me from something else, like maybe when I did what any successful second-term mayor of the fourth largest city in Indiana would do and sought the presidency in 2020. Or maybe you know me from my unexpected specialty of appearing from time to time on Fox News. Or maybe you know me from when I had the honor of serving as your United States Secretary of Transportation. Making sure we got dollars on the ground to do things like build safer streets around Detroit, or reconnect communities around I-375, or deliver the strongest expansion of airline passenger rights ever. But right now I am here in one simple capacity, and that is as your fellow proud Michigan Democrat working to make sure we have a great result this November. Now, we have just 88 days to make sure that things go right. The stakes are high, and people from around the country, people from around the world, are watching the state of Michigan right now to see if we have the capability to put together that coalition to win. And we will win.
I do think that this is Abdul El-Sayed's race to lose. Like, this political environment is terrible for Republicans, let alone Trump dragging them down. And if we can keep this race a referendum on Trump, then we win. The problem is the distractions, the Hassan Piker in every single ad, the saltiness of not uniting with other leaders like Gretchen Whitmer, or the resentment for Haley Stevens or people that voted for her. That has to be dropped. The drama has to be thrown aside. And that's up to El-Sayed to lead on that. He's the only one who can lead by example on that. Otherwise, the race in Michigan will become about the drama. And is El-Sayed a problem? Is he a communist? Does he hate America? You know, as long as the media and the people are talking about the drama about El-Sayed, he's losing. But if he addresses that and nips it in the bud, then he can just talk about affordability and Medicare for all and how terrible Trump is. But for whatever reason, he hasn't taken those steps yet. We'll see what happens.
We're going to win because we know what it means to focus on what's at stake, to lock arms as allies after a spirited primary, to pull together in common cause in an election that's going to decide in no small part whether the American dream comes back and the American project endures. Make no mistake, the world is watching. I'll invite your attention to the press risers over there. Not in a creepy Donald Trump kind of way, because we respect a free and independent press. But rather to affirm what is at stake in the choices that our fellow Michiganders are going to make at the ballot box in just 88 days. We're going to win because we aren't just obsessed with what it is we're against. We know what it is we're actually for, and we're ready to invite people to join us in a powerful majority to make that real. We're going to win because we understand that the project of the moment is not to return to some previous status quo. It's to make sure that things are better, not just than they are today, but than they ever were before. I believe we have the values and the vision to do that. I believe we have the discipline to do that. And I believe we have the candidates to do that. To pull together Democrats, independents, and a whole lot of what I always like to call future former Republicans into the fold with us. Now look, it's no secret that we all may not have voted the same way on Tuesday. That's okay. That's how it works.
This is it. Take it head on. Let's not ignore it. Let's talk about it. Let's get into it. Let's move past it. But if you just ignore it, then everyone will keep talking about the problems and the grumbling. You know, this is it, man. It shows you what real leaders, Pete Buttigieg and Haley Stevens, are, that they can take this stuff head on. But some people refuse to engage in it, which I think is just not helping.
But however you voted in Tuesday's primaries, there is a reason you went out and voted in the first place. I know that what brought us all out to vote, what brings us all out here tonight, and what will propel us to victory in November is the fundamental values we care about, the principles that we share, and the need to elect leaders who will represent us, the chance to make everyday life better in this state and in this country.
Syed needs to be given these speeches. Well, that's what we're watching. I am expecting him. I think he's a smart guy. I think he's going to start trying to win those people over. He's already told his audience on the night of the primary, it's time to mend fences. And he's spoken glowingly about Haley Stevens. He hugged her on stage. It's a disappointment that she and McMorrow weren't invited to this as well. But I guess the framing is it's just for the candidates. But then why is Pete Buttigieg there? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of strange.
So I want to be very clear about this. Wherever you sit in this big tent of ours, and it is a big tent, but whatever corner of that tent you think of as home, there is a set of things, and I mean big, big things, where we agree with each other, we agree with most Michiganders, and Washington and Lansing Republicans disagree with us. That's what's at stake right now, and it's not all about left, right, and center, Democrat and Republican. For example, you don't have to be a lifelong Democrat to believe that one job ought to be enough in the American economy. You don't have to be a bleeding heart liberal to see that costs need to go down and wages need to go up, not the other way around. You don't have to belong to this political party or that political party to recognize that God does not belong to any political party in the United States of America.
So people like Pete Buttigieg are an example of moderates being able to get people excited and fired up. This is why I don't think the Democratic Party is poison and the platform needs to change and the Democratic Party sucks. In my opinion, it just needs better candidates, better leaders, better champions, cheerleaders. People are still salty over what happened to under Biden and how old he was and Kamala's weird laugh. So we have those rock stars and we just need more of them. That's why I'm not really concerned about the DSA taking over. To me, this is a lull in our politics. This is the summer before the midterms. These are the primaries. The Democrats are the establishment. They still have the funk of Biden's failed re-election campaign on them, and they're not in power, so they can't do anything to check Trump. So it's real easy for people to come in and say, I'll fix everything, and the Democrats suck, so elect me a Democratic socialist. To me, it's just a moment in time. But once the midterms are over and the Democrats get the gavels in the House, which I think they will, then it's going to be a whole shift in the narrative, and we'll have these more youthful, exciting Democratic leaders in control and on display.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
That's my dog Pete right there.
That's my dog. K-Dog, thank you for the $10.
Or to insist that people of every faith and any faith, if any, all deserve equal treatment, respect, dignity, and safety in this country. There's some things that we can just see, we can see for ourselves. Democrats and independents and a lot of people who are used to voting Republican. And so many of those things are on the ballot this fall. War is on the ballot this fall. We are all paying more at the pump, and service members are paying with their lives because Donald Trump launched a war on Iran with no plan for how to get us out of it. And Congressman John James voted to send your money into that conflict, which tells you a lot about the kind of governor that he would be if he got elected. Boo. But Jocelyn Benson showed integrity under enormous pressure as Secretary of State, which shows you the kind of governor she'll be when we send her to that office in just a few weeks. We need to get Jocelyn Benson elected. Corruption and integrity are on the ballot this fall. A first family making crypto billions, which is not a sentence I ever thought I'd have to say. Members of Congress trading stocks, politicians enriching themselves on the job. It does not have to be this way, which is why we need to make sure we follow our great Attorney General, Dana Nessel, with a proven fighter like Ellie Savitt, who understands how to take on corruption. And with our political system under the pressure that it's under, we need a proven statewide leader of integrity to be our next Secretary of State, following Jocelyn Benson, and that is somebody who doesn't just stand tall, he thinks big, and that is Garland Gilchrist. Common sense is on the ballot this fall. We need to keep investing in infrastructure. We need to support schools. We need to protect clean air and clean water. And we have a clear choice between those priorities in Lansing and the endless culture wars that seem to consume the consciousness of state legislative Republicans. Only one set of candidates is in line with the priorities of Michiganders, which is why we must preserve the state Senate majority and bring that House into Democratic hands so that Governor Benson can work with that trifecta. And when it comes to the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, the choice could not be clearer. When it comes to the U.S. Senate, we have Abdul El-Sayed, who insists that money in politics has gone too far.
Here we go. We got a moderate. Pete is like the face of moderates, and he's tapping right into that energy. We can ride this wave, man. I'm telling you.
And we have him running against Mike Rogers, who insists on being part of the problem. We have one candidate in Abdul El-Sayed who wants to expand affordable health care and keep more money in your pocket. And we have another candidate, Mike Rogers, who literally voted against the Affordable Care Act, and you better believe he will cut health care one more time if you give him a chance in the United Senate. So we will not let that happen. Mike Rogers has disqualified himself from going back to Washington. You got Mike Rogers and John James and congressional Republicans on the ballot right now in all of these key House districts who think it's perfectly fine to cut schools and close hospitals and shut down road projects, all in order to be able to make sure that the richest individuals and the largest corporations in the land pay a lower tax rate than the teachers who teach in those schools, the workers who pave those roads, and the nurses who serve in those hospitals. We know that we can do better than that.
See, none of this policy is outside of what the Democratic Party already stands for. And I think most people showing up to these DSA meetings and identifying as a Democratic socialist just want this. They're not looking for socialism. They don't even know what socialism is. They think socialism is affordable health care and fair wages.
We know that investing in healthcare and funding, not slashing SNAP, and supporting, not gutting Head Start, and making sure that the best and wealthiest economy in the United States actually has the best funded public schools in the United States. We know the leaders who will do that. The American people are with us. The people of Michigan are with us, and we are with each other on issue after issue after issue. You are either for or against a woman's right to choose, and we know what side we are on in the state of Michigan and in this party. You are either for or against the right to be who you are and love who you love without somebody telling you what you're supposed to do, and most people are with us on that. And I would just add that we are a practical people in this part of the country. We pay attention above all to results. So today we woke up to news that the U.S. economy is losing jobs. Remember when they promised that those tax cuts for the wealthy were worth it because they would speed up the economy? The opposite happened. Remember when they told us we had to pay those tariffs that cost us $1,000 a household because it would bring back manufacturing? The opposite is happening. Just like when they told us they would drain the swamp, only for the swamp to be the swampiest it has ever been, and the only thing they drained was the reflecting pool in front of the Lincoln Memorial. We can do better than that, Michigan Democrats. And there's a lot of folks asking questions, people who did not vote the way we would have liked them to vote the last few times. People who actually believed it when they heard no new wars, who believed it when they were told that costs were going to come down. And the time has come to reach out to them, and we are not there to say, we told you so. We are there to say, those guys don't deserve you. Join us, and together, let's do something better.
Take note, El Sayed supporters. That's called mending fences. People voted differently. They got tricked. You don't rub it in their face. You say, hey, we get it, man. You were sold a false bill of goods, but we're not going to hold it against you. We want to make your life better, just like everyone. You can't attack people because they voted a different way. Caramel Cold Brew, thanks for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Inject this boring normalcy right into my veins. Yeah, it's like, this is the Democratic Party, man. You know, we just need better voices out there. We need to get rid of the Biden funk. That's it. And we will. I'm telling you guys, come January, it's going to be a whole new face to the Democratic Party. People are going to be like, damn, when did the Democratic Party get like this? This isn't the Democratic Party I know. I never seen this Democratic Party. It's like showing up to your high school reunion looking like $1 million. CTC, thank you for gifting a sub over on Kick, man. I appreciate that.
No two people in a party or a country or a county or a family agree on absolutely everything, but on every one of those big issues. Democrats agree on what we ought to do. Most Michiganders agree on what we ought to do, and we got a chance to do something about it. So we know what we've got to do these next 88 days, and that's get the word out to everybody who will listen. And based on the energy in this room, I think we're going to do just fine in November. But we got to keep doing the work. Now, as soon as we're done here, I'm going to head right back up north so that I can be there for the birthday party we're throwing for our twins tomorrow morning back home. Thank you. They're about to be 5. Which means if you ever had kids that age, they're starting to ask a lot of questions. Some are easier than others. Is a pineapple bigger than a grapefruit? What happened to our old dog? Is Taylor Swift real? Do the good guys always win? Even at this age, I'm starting to find it challenging to answer some of the questions that come my way. I'm starting to ask Chasten and me about the American flag, why we don't have kings and queens where we live. You're asking some pretty pointed questions about why I keep going to the airport every few days. But this right here is why. I'm on the road for the same reason that you're working so hard for this election, because one day those questions are going to get even more intense. They're going to be saying, hey, Papa, back in the 2020s, what were you doing? When things were so crazy in this country, what did you do about it? And I want to be able to tell them that back then, back in the 2020s, back when politicians drew maps where they could pick their own voters instead of the other way around, back when one job was not enough for so many hardworking Americans, back when some people barbarically had to choose between health care and a mortgage payment, back in the 2020s when the American dream was slipping away, we decided to turn things around before it was too late. When we stopped pretending things that could go on like that would go on forever, and we made sure something better took their place. And I'm going to tell them about the work we did right here in Michigan in the general election of 2026. So my only question is, are you ready to make sure that that's the story we get to tell our kids one day? Are you ready to call people into our coalition while there's still a chance? Are you ready to do the work, knock on doors, pick up the phone, and call for something better? Then we will be proud of this moment because of what we were about to do next. Thank you so much for showing up, Michigan. Let's get to work and let's get this done.
Nice speech by Pete, man. He put some work into this. He knows that there's going to be a lot of eyes on this rally. I love it.
Speaking of getting it done, I now have the pleasure of turning over to someone who is leading the extraordinary team, the staff, the volunteers.
Right? I don't know who that is. This guy who gives a shit. We're here for Abdul. Oh, he's back to black t-shirts. Back to his uniform. I got to get some water and use the restroom. I'll put this on, though. So, I'm listening to see what steps he's taking here to win over people that voted for another person in Tuesday's primary. Because more people voted for someone other than Abdul El-Sayed in the Democratic primary. And I'm concerned that he's holding on to some of the things he did during the primary. And there's work to be done here in very little time. So that's what I'm listening for. How is his message changing? Is he going to moderate in any way? Is he going to reach out to different communities in this speech? Let's see what he does. Just came back from his pool party. The funny thing is, even Hassan said the pool party was a bad idea. Think about that. Even Hassan had to admit that throwing a pool party for influencers from out of state was not a great idea on the eve of the election. Step number 1, ditch Hassan. I think so. I think it's an easy move, man. I think it's low-hanging fruit that would neuter a lot of the attack ads that are going to be ran against him over the next 88 days. I mean, if he came out forcefully and just said, I strongly disagree with Hassan Piker about America deserving 9/11. I don't think anybody deserved that. I love this country, and I hope that Hassan finds a way to love America as much as I do. And until he does, I will not be associating with him. I know that's an impossible thing to come out of his mouth, but it would help. So it would go so far with defanging the attacks that are just going to be blasted across the airwaves against him. Just throw him under the bus. If Hassan was smart, he would be volunteering to be thrown under the bus. He would be begging them to abandon him, to annihilate him, to take it all out on me, man, because I want you to win. You winning means so much more than me. So the movement needs to get across the finish line, because if Abdul loses, then it is a huge setback for everything Hassan supposedly believes in. But of course, Hassan will never do that, right? Because he's not in it for that. He's not the real deal. He's a narcissist who's in it for himself.
Thank you.
Do I think Abdul's campaign is scared of some backlash if they cut Hassan? No. I don't know. I don't know why they're hanging on to Hassan. I have yet to hear an argument from anyone why Abdul El-Sayed should hold on to Hassan when he's going to be featured in every single ad. And here we have a guy trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history on the eve of the 25th anniversary of September 11th, and you're palling around with a guy who says America deserved 9/11, why would you hold on to him? You're not going to lose any of Hassan's supporters. Hassan will continue to praise you from the comfort of his LA mansion. He will make sure that you don't lose a single one of his supporters because he's going to talk about you glowingly, even if you drop him. So I do not understand why he would hold on to him. I don't see any value in that for the general. I understand for the primary, he thought Hassan energizes the base that he was going for to win. I don't understand holding on to him in the general.
Thank you.
It's the ground game. Abdul has over 10,000. I don't think he'll lose a single person if Hassan is thrown under the bus. All those people are on board. They've been sold. They're already involved. I don't think that they'll stop showing up if Hassan's not there. I don't think it's because Hassan is there for a meet and greet. No, I don't think that's realistic. I mean, how many people can Hassan meet? How often can he be out there? He's not even there. So I don't think he'll lose a single supporter if he drops Hassan. Not one. Especially because Hassan will say, keep supporting him, guys. He had to do it. He's got to do it.
Thank you.
I don't think it's worth whatever you think comes with Hassan hanging around him and doing meet and greets for volunteers. I don't think that's worth all of the attacks that are just going to be blasted with $300 million worth of ads and impact races outside of Michigan as well.
Hassan isn't doing Abdul any favors but telling his stream yesterday that it would look weak for him and his campaign to distance from him.
Yeah, I mean, limiting his options by attacking him like that doesn't sound smart. I agree. Hassan should go on his stream and say, whatever they decide to do, I'm 100% behind. If they want to throw me under the bus, I'll go lie down right now behind it so that Abdul can back it over me personally. I will do whatever it takes, whatever is asked of me, and whatever they decide, I will back 100%. For Hassan to be saying stuff like that, which I don't know what language he used, that's not helping, man. And here's why I think Abdul could possibly drop him. We saw an interview on MS Now with Abdul, and he was asked about a quote from Hassan from the election night, not from 5 years ago when he said America deserved 9/11 or 2019. No, from Tuesday night, where he said that the people who didn't vote for Abdul el-Sayed are Islamophobic and they need to get in line. He had to respond to that. And so he's going to continue to have to respond to Hassan's nonsense. And I think it's just going to get annoying for Abdul el-Sayed. He doesn't want to talk about Hassan. He wants to talk about Trump because that's how he wins.
Thank you. Can we give it up for our Democratic Party chair, Curtis Hertel?
All right, BRB.
And how about our next Supreme Court Justices, Megan Kavanaugh and Nick Hood? Our next Secretary of State, who stands tall for Michigan, Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist. Washtenaw County Prosecutor and soon-to-be Michigan's next Attorney General, Ellie Savitt. And your next Governor, Jocelyn Benson. I am so proud to be here, but y'all know the drill. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Hey, we got this. My name is Abdul el-Sayed. And I'm so proud to be your Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate. And also, in the spirit of unity, in the spirit of the work, in the spirit of coming together, I want to thank both of my colleagues who ran, Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, for an incredible race. Their incredible public service to the state of Michigan. And I cannot wait to see what both of them will do next. We are so blessed to have that caliber of public servant here in Michigan. Now, y'all know I was never supposed to run for office. As I'm sure you've heard from my opponent and apparently Donald Trump, my name is Abdurrahman Muhammad Sayyid. And with a name like mine, I never thought running for office would be possible for somebody like me. I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be a doctor because I could go 15 hours to my family's native Egypt or 15 minutes from where I grew up. And either way, I would cross 10 years difference in life expectancy. And it shouldn't matter where you grow up in these United States of America. It shouldn't matter the color of your skin. It shouldn't matter what you or your parents do for work. You deserve a long, healthy life in these United States.
Okay, so he gave some love to McMorrow and Stevens. I think that's important. That's definitely a step in the right direction, right? We want to see more of that. That's how you win over people's supporters, people who are upset their candidate didn't win. You praise them, call them good public servants. That's smart. That's the right move. That's what, next time one of these little dipshits comes in here screaming about Haley or Haley Stevens something, you say, did you not see his speech where he praised them as great public servants and he's so happy to have, so thankful to have them, and Michigan's lucky to have them? I mean, you know, these people, they don't seem to get the memo. DeFons, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Appreciate that.
I went to medical school to learn how to heal, only to realize that too often our healthcare system is not just not part of the solution, it's part of the problem. Focused more on monetizing us because we get sick than caring for us because we got sick. And I realized when I graduated, and yes, I did graduate med school, that I wanted to work on the system, not just in the system. I went into public health. Got to rebuild the health department in this incredible city. Led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services.
This is kind of a nitpick, but I've criticized his outfit before, his costume here. Black t-shirt tucked into jeans. It just feels kind of sloppy to me. And with John Fetterman representing the sloppy faction of the Democratic Party, it just kind of, for me, it kind of puts you in the category of John Fetterman. And, you know, people want a senator to be like something a little special, not some like guy who just threw on a t-shirt and jeans. And again, this is nitpicking, whatever, but I think he would look great. Most guys look great if they wear a button-up shirt, rolled up sleeves, same message, right? You know, he doesn't look hip in his black t-shirt, okay? You don't look cool. Why not just wear a button-up shirt, roll up the sleeves, no tie? You know, you can still wear your jeans if you want. But come on, man. What is this? It just feels like amateur, and it feels like I'm wanting for more. And I know this is going to upset somebody out there and be like, "Oh, you're focusing on this, blah blah blah." But I'm just saying, like, John Fetterman is the king of being a slob, and here you are, like, showing up in a t-shirt, and I just don't think it conveys the message that he thinks it does. It's not for you, it's for the ladies that love his jacked arms.
Lamau looks like Michael Scott on Causal Fridays. I wonder if Abdul also dry cleans his jeans?
Yeah, with starch. That's funny. Look, the sexiest thing a guy can do, and this isn't coming from me, you can look it up.
Yeah, people who wear black t-shirts are dorks.
Listen, I'm a guy sitting at home, okay? I can wear whatever I want. I'm not trying to run for Senate and do a speech in front of hundreds and thousands of people, okay? I'm just some random dude. The sexiest thing a guy can do, if you ask ladies out there, is wear a button-up shirt and roll up the sleeves. It for whatever reason, it gets the juices going for people. So I say take advantage of that. If you're Abdullah, you know, roll up in a black button-up with the sleeves rolled up. Then you can show off the guns and everything. Rolled up sleeves is the look. Yeah, man. Come on, Abdul, pull it together. And he tucks his t-shirt into his jeans, completely negating the coolness factor. He might as well clip a cell phone to his belt and have a jawbone earpiece in his ear. Like it just looks funny, you know. But yeah, it's a little thing. I don't know. He's trying to appeal to the kids. What's up? What up, fellow college dudes? It's all good.
We put glasses.
He tucks his t-shirt into his jeans.
On kids, took on corporate polluters, made sure that our kids weren't drinking lead in the water in their schools. Eliminated none of that. No. Eliminated.
What did that person yell?
Eliminated none of that. No.
I can't hear it.
Eliminated upwards of $700 million of medical debt for 300,000 people in a program that is ongoing.
He should dress like a Tim Allen from Tool Time for all those fences he's gonna have to mend.
And I'm never gonna forget the day when this administration froze federal funds. Y'all remember that? I'm sitting in my office at The Guardian trying to figure out how to make sure WIC checks go out next week, how to make sure that our kids keep getting the vaccines that they actually do need, how to make sure that our federally qualified health centers don't shut down when I get a notification on my phone that after his long and storied career of service, our current U.S. Senator Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. And I had to ask myself, where is the fight for the public's health now? Now, when they were doging our government, everybody thought it'd be just fine. We didn't need that much public health. Well, turns out, who knew we'd be dodging lettuce?
Oh, you know, I hear it. I hear Obama in his voice. Interesting. I think he has the potential to be a great U.S. senator. I really do. I think everybody does. And I hope he rises to the occasion. I'm not here to be a party pooper. I want him to win. I'm just expressing what I think would help. But you're not going to hear me saying vote Mike Rogers or, sit this one out. But again, it's really up to the candidate who wins the primary to win over the people who didn't vote for them. And that's not like some sort of, come bend the knee. That's just life, that's how it works. It is what it is. When it came to Kamala, people like me were saying there's nothing we can do to win over these Gaza people. It's impossible. They will continue to move the goalpost. That's why we weren't advocating for Kamala to go beg them for their vote. We knew there was no way for Kamala to win. Kamala could have said to those people, I will destroy Israel with a nuclear bomb on day one. If you elect me, I will give $1 trillion to Gaza. And they still would have called her a genocide supporter. Like there was nothing that Kamala could have said to win those people over. I challenge anyone out there who disagrees. What could Kamala have said to those people to win them over? There was nothing, absolutely nothing.
Breathing air quality that's worse than so many other places in the world. Now, dodging lettuce is something I had to worry about abroad. It wasn't something I thought I'd have to worry about in Michigan. Turns out government does things that it needs to do for you, even if you don't know it. And I realized I had to ask myself, where's the fight for the public's health now? And if you've ever wondered why RFK Jr. runs public health in this country, I think the fight for public's health needs to be taken to the U.S. Senate. So we launched a campaign. Took us to communities big and small back last April. Rooms of 5 people, 50 people. Having conversations about who we are and who we want to be. With the goal of doing 3 things. Getting money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's talk about what that means for a minute. You should not.
I don't know. That feels kind of cheesy to me, man. I understand getting people involved and cheering for something, but I'm not a big fan of that. He kind of rushes through it too. Like he doesn't let people enjoy it, It's just like, get money out of, get money in your, whoa. Slow down, man. Slow down. Let the people have fun, Let them have some fun. You're going to get them involved. They're not that quick, bro. Chill. Slow it down. Feels like game show host. Yeah, it's like it just feels like needs a little workshopping, man. Getting money out of, getting money in, Medicare for. Like, come on, just a beat. Give them a beat, man. It's like you can't even keep up.
He sounds like Barack Obama, but I like it overall.
Nice.
Be able to spend tens of millions of dollars selecting a candidate or picking a politician using corporate funds. That should be illegal in the United States. And when I get to the U.S. Senate, I'm going to work with my colleagues, folks like Liz Warren, folks like Bernie Sanders, folks like Alyssa Slotkin.
There, okay, that's a good move right there. Hell, start getting the people to lower the temperature on the moderates, right? Alyssa Slotkin, not someone very well liked by his crowd. That's smart. I like that. That guy, thanks for the host.
To end the corporate corruption of our politics, end the system of super PACs, end the system of 501c4s, and all of it. And we're going to put money in pockets. We're going to stand with our union sisters and brothers and pass the PRO Act. We're going to tax billionaires their wealth. Because you know what? You tax a billionaire at 8%, you know what they still are? Still a billionaire. Kids are going to be rich. You're going to be okay. Maybe you can pay your fair share so our kids get good schools and functional infrastructure and some health care. We're going to take on the monopolies and the oligopolies. We're going to make sure that they can't just raise our prices on us, forcing us to pay more or get paid less for the work we do. Guys, oligopolies, y'all. We gotta regulate oligopolies. I need some more for that.
Oh, that's kind of cringe, bro. Not gonna lie. These people don't know what an oligopoly is, man. It's not something they're thinking about. Oligopoly. Hey guys, gonna need some more for that. Come on, he just asked the crowd to clap. Please clap. Oligopolies.
Feel like he's one real wonky on there.
Yes. Wonky,
please clap.
Please clap. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
And we're going to keep our tax dollars here at home instead of sending them abroad to fight wars we have no business fighting.
Okay, let's see if he changes his language about Israel here.
And we're finally going to meet the unmet promise
also, Asaf.
Of guaranteeing every single person in this country the health care they need and deserve through Medicare for all.
Just one quick line about sending money abroad. These little shifts are interesting. Very interesting.
I ask you, doctor, how you going to pay for that? I don't know, maybe instead of $252 billion to a rogue agency like ICE, maybe we can actually keep our money here to provide health care here. We can have a secure border. We can enforce immigration policy, but we can do it without shooting people in the face or the back of the head.
We can have a secure border. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I want to see. Thank you, Abdul. This is what I'm talking about. This language is a shift.
Maybe we keep our money here instead of fighting a war we got no business fighting. Raising our gas prices to $5 a gallon. Burning our tax dollars to teach the Ayatollahs that they have a choke point on the world's energy supply. A war he doesn't even know how to get out of because he shouldn't have gotten into in the first place. Now, I'm up against a guy named Mike Rogers. And Mike Rogers, well, he's decided that he wants to focus on my name. My 11-letter first name. Now, Mike, I'm just gonna remind you, if you don't know how to say the name, keep the name out your damn mouth. Or just call me Abdul. But I got some opinions about his name. See, it's very fitting for him, Rogers. Because that's his answer every time a corporation or Donald Trump tells him to do something. Mike, we need you to put a data center in the backyard. Roger. Mike.
All right, we're workshopping some new material here.
Mike, we need you to hike their prescription drug prices. Roger. Mike, we need you to rubber stamp this war we shouldn't be fighting. Roger. Mike, and this one's Donald Trump. I need you to lick these boots. Roger.
Lady in purple's not impressed. This lady's feeling it though.
And I think I speak for all of us here in Michigan when I say that we are done with Rogers. Go back to Florida where you belong.
We'll go back to where you came from.
Too many Rogers. Here's the thing about it though. They all think that we won't step up and fight. They think they're the biggest, baddest bully on the playground. That they're gonna show up and we're gonna run away. But they don't know who we fight for. We fight for the families barely able to put their groceries in the cart and check out. We fight for the mom who's worried about the child care she needs to be able to work a job that barely pays enough. We fight for the folks who are afraid about what happens if they get sick. We fight for each other. And we don't back down. So when they come and they ask Jocelyn to cut that education budget, Jocelyn Benson won't back down. When they try to take away our civil liberties, Ellie Savitt won't back down. When they come for our elections, Garland Gilchrist won't back down. When they come for our union rights, we don't back down. When they come for our health care, we don't back down. When they come for one of us, we will stand up. We won't back down. And Michigan, we will fight to build the America that we are proud to hand off to our kids and our grandkids because we won't back down. Michigan Democrats, 88 more days. We won't back down. We'll see you out there.
Well, I mean, I like his energy. I think he got to work a little bit on the jokes and the hitting the lines. It felt a little just, I don't know. It's got room for improvement, which is always good, but I think he's got the base built there. So, and notice he didn't harp on AIPAC and genocide. He didn't say genocide once. He didn't say AIPAC. So I think this is purposeful. You know what I mean? This is a shift. It's a little bit of moderation of the language to try to appeal to a wider group of people. So that's smart. He's making changes. Yeah. And look, this is early. This isn't easy, right? People like Pete Buttigieg make this stuff look easy. This is not easy. So I think he did a fine job there, and looking forward to watching how he evolves over the next 88 days. They turned off the audio. Probably because they're playing the song. All in Michigan. Oh, man. Unk. Well, black shirt is for the ladies. I don't know. I think that's got to go. Why not just have a black tucked in button up with the sleeves rolled up, man? Very small crowd. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Who thought this would be a good idea to have such a little crowd? And they don't even have Stevens or McMorrow here. I'm not. I think just the event as a whole, I'm not that into. I think it would have been better to wait and plan some big thing with Stevens, McMorrow, Gretchen Whitmer. You know, if we're gonna unite the ticket, let's unite it. Let's not just bring up the people who won. That's not how you need to win over. Like, hey, look, here's all my, let's all help each other, I guess. But I think the bigger mission right now is winning over the votes of those who didn't vote for him. And this just felt like kind of a lackluster rally for the winners. So I don't know. The crowd is too small. Like, this is not great. It's a little high school gym. You got to show strength, man. This don't really do it for me, but whatever. Oh, look at this. CBS News has an interview with Crowley, the guy who's taken on Hong. Let's see if he talks some shit on her. And then I've got the Trump interview we can watch a little bit of. This fucking guy, man. Pull it together, bro. You need to win this, man. Even Bernie's not endorsing Hong. Come on, bro.
Welcome back to the Takeout. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. I told you earlier this week that labels or characterizations in primaries or politics writ large often obscure or blur reality. David Crowley, in some descriptions of the Wisconsin primary for governor, is described as the establishment candidate. Really? Someone who as a child saw parents ravaged by addiction and thus was evicted 3 times? The youngest Milwaukee County executive in Wisconsin history at age 33. First African-American in that post. Does that sound to you like a go-along, get-along establishment type? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Crowley's running against Democratic socialist Francesca Hong, the current frontrunner. Crowley was in this race, then he dropped out when he looked non-competitive. Then this race got scrambled and he jumped back in. When he jumped back in, he got the support of outgoing Governor Tony Evers. Complicating all of this, candidates who have left this race are still on the ballot. David Crowley joins me now for this complicated situation. David, not my words, not anyone else's words, your words. Describe what kind of Democrat you are.
I'm a get stuff done Democrat. You know, I spent 7 years in the state capitol as a legislative staffer, as a state representative, was chair of the Milwaukee delegation, as well as the Black Legislative Caucus. And for the past 6 years, I've been leading the largest county in Wisconsin. I represent 19 different cities and villages, close to 1 million people. And my job is to deliver for every single person who lives in every community across Milwaukee County. And that's what I plan on doing as the next governor of Wisconsin.
Okay. He's feeling himself pretty solid. Do you research much off stream? Sure, I look up plenty of stuff. I read a bunch of newspapers every day, too.
There is, as you know, David, a kind of panic button mentality going across some parts of the Democratic Party nationally about Democratic socialists in New York, Colorado.
Why pause? You mean me? Why did I pause? Because I wanted to say something.
How
about that? Just paused again. Why type? Why type in chat?
El Sayed just won the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan. Are you someone who can relieve that panic button motif?
Oh, absolutely. You know, this is really about making sure.
Bandit guy.
He's headed there, trust me. Probably not long for this world, I'll tell you that. I tell you, man, it's incredible to me how some people just cannot pull it together in a text chat room on the internet. You got to wonder how these people do not just put their pants on backwards every day, man. Just shit in their pants and wonder why is there shit in my pants? I don't get it. Some of these people, man.
that we can ultimately reach our goal in making sure that there's not a Republican or MAGA occupying the governor's office here in Wisconsin. I not only have served in the legislature, but I have the experience. I've actually gotten things done. You know, as a county executive, we've invested over $50 million in affordable housing, right? We have lowered our overdose deaths by 40% in just 4 years. We have the lowest unsheltered homeless count per capita than any community in the United States. And so this isn't necessarily a conversation just about left or right or blue and red. It's about right and wrong. It's about have or have nots. And, you know, having the governor's endorsement means that he believes in my judgment. He believes in my leadership. But more importantly, he knows that I can coalesce people across the political spectrum to build the necessary coalition to win in November.
But David.
So I think this guy's fine. I want to know why he got back in the race, though. Oh, big.
Bad built butch body. Baby girl. Please one bad built butch body.
A what now?
Please one bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built bad built body. Bad butch bad butch body. Please one bad butch body. Bad please one bad butch body.
Pause pup cup pause time pup cup alert pause. Pete Buttigieg.
That's right. Yeller knew I would pause for that. Yeller with the $100 super chat. My God. The love for Pete Buttigieg. Look at that. He's in third place. He's coming for AOC and John Ossoff, trying to make it a real contest. Let's go. Hell yeah. Pup cups galore. Thank you, Yeller. That is freaking huge, man. This is quite a strange contest this month. It's always interesting to see who you guys are getting behind each month. That's awesome.
You know this. My audience might know this. Earlier in this race, there was a convention. You were going to come in fourth. You dropped out because you just didn't have the requisite support. Then you jumped back in. As I mentioned, a lot of this race is scrambled. Is it too little, too late?
Look, this race has been chaotic. It has been messy, but that's what our democracy looks like. It can be chaotic, can be messy. But I will tell you that in the past few weeks, since we have relaunched this campaign, we have seen tremendous momentum, not only receiving the endorsement of Governor Tony Evers, we received the endorsement of Congresswoman Gwen Moore, labor unions all across this state, progressive leaders, and community members who wants somebody who's going to be able to build a bigger table. You know, I have a community organizing background, and I was told that if you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. And many of our farmers, our rural communities, our young people, seniors, entrepreneurs, they feel like they've been on the menu because nobody has allowed them to lend their voices to the solution. And so right now, we need to continue to do all this work. Yes, it's great to have the level of support and momentum that we have, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a cakewalk. And so I'm going to continue to travel across this state to make sure that we can actually win this election.
I'd like a better answer than that. Like, why not? I really wish candidates would just lean into it, you know? Like, look, I didn't have the support before. And so, like a good Democrat, I wanted to clear the ticket so others could not have this distraction and people could coalesce around who was in the lead. But here's why I got back into it. I mean, I don't know. I want more solid answers than, look, democracy's messy. It didn't really address why he dropped out and why he came back in. The answer wasn't bad. Well, I didn't really hear much of an answer there. Again, I'm like nitpicking here, but I just think you would help yourself so much if you just like had a great answer for why you dropped out, why you got back in. I mean, there's nothing to hide. I mean, I think it's perfectly respectable to drop out when you're behind. I wish the other people would have dropped out who are sitting here taking to the ticket. We just had a race on Tuesday that a guy won because two moderates refused to one of them to drop out and they split the vote. So I think if you go up there and you say, I didn't want to split the vote, I didn't have the support at the time. And so I decided it's time to step out of this race. But I had people reach out to me after this happened or that happened and told me there's a different way we can go with this and we need you. And so I got back in. I don't know. I don't have the answer. I don't even know the story why he dropped out. I haven't looked into it. We've been so obsessed with this Francesca Hong woman that nobody's talked about why he dropped out originally and got back in, but it's all good. It's not the end of the world. I don't want a tanky as governor. I mean, basically that seems to be what was going on. Like, hey, this lunatic was starting to rise and the other moderates didn't seem to be doing well, and people told me, we need you.
David, to that point of it not being a cakewalk, the available polling data publicly has you down 18 to 22 points. You only have a couple days left to close that.
Yeah, this is another great question. Like, well, dude, you're far behind right now, man. How are you going to change that? I think the polling could be off, similar to Abdul El Sayed's race. I genuinely think could be part of it. He may not be as far behind as the polls suggest.
Well, the one thing that we know about the polls out there is that not all of it is actually accurate. And I think we've seen that particularly with what happened in Michigan, because none of us or the candidates thought that we'll be waiting until Wednesday morning to figure out who won that election. And Wisconsin is much different than Michigan, right? Like, we're a lot more older and less diverse as Michigan. But at the end of the day, people are looking for electability. And when they look at my record, when they look at my experience being an executive and how we've brought Democrats, Republicans, and independents, especially those who are exhausted by MAGA, to the table, they're looking at this campaign. And so to have this momentum that we've had in the past couple of weeks, we have to make sure that we don't leave no stone unturned. And so looking forward to traveling all across this state. We've been in Rhinelander, Wausau, Ashland, Bayfield, Hudson, you name it. And even in these rural communities, we're having hundreds of people show up. And so we're just going to continue to capture this lightning in the bottle, continue to have the governor alongside me on the campaign trail. So come August 11th, we not only give our victory speech, but we focus on uniting this party on August 12th.
Yeah, I agree that he's far behind Francesca Hong right now. So even if the polls are off, I mean, she's like 20 points ahead of him. So he's got a lot of ground to cover there. But who knows, man? I heard one analyst talking about the Michigan race saying he didn't think the polls were actually wrong and that there was a lot of Hassan Piker and attacks on El Sayed the last couple of weeks that could have shifted the race in Stevens' favor. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but things can change in a couple of weeks if, something really bad happens. Usually you have to have some big scandal or somebody comes forward with an accusation or something like that. But who knows? Maybe this exposure for the last couple of weeks of Hong hating on Thanksgiving and saying weird shit and Bernie Sanders not endorsing her, maybe that will get him, that has him much closer than the most recent polls show. I don't think we've seen a poll in a minute. Let me see. Latest Wisconsin governor polls. Yeah, it looks like the latest, well, let me see something. Latest poll came out August 3rd through, well, I don't know when it came out, but it covers August 3rd through the 6th, which is including yesterday. Had Hong plus 22. So she's at 44, he's at 22. The one before that had Hong plus 18, Hong plus 19, Hong plus 25. So it's a hell of a hill to climb, but crazier things have happened. Who knows? I think Francesca Hong can win, too. I'm not convinced she will lose. Oh, my God. Yeller throwing down 20 memberships. Some people just got hooked up. Hell yeah. That is not a small gesture. Thank you, Yeller. That's huge, man. 20 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go.
David, another David in the Democratic Party, David Axelrod, wrote on social media earlier this week that your opponent, Francesca Hong, currently leading in this race, is, quote, a font of zany, liberal, faculty lounge Exotica. Agree or disagree?
I'll let Mr. Axelrod say what he's going to say, but at the end of the day, I'm focused
But you
on
believe you're
what
more
I need.
electable than Francesca Hong. Why? Do you believe she's outside of the mainstream?
Yeah, talk some shit, bro. You got to. Get in there, man. Throw some elbows. I would be talking mad shit about her if I were this guy. In a nice way, I would say, look, Bernie Sanders isn't even endorsing her. So I think she's just a bit too far for the people of Wisconsin. No offense to her. Seems like a nice lady, but she's got some extreme views. She doesn't seem to have the support of her own people. Zugami, thank you for the raid on Kick. I'm not familiar with Zugami. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Who are you? Welcome in. Thanks.
Of Wisconsin.
Well, I believe that I am more electable than her, than any of these candidates because of my background, what I've been able to do. We have been able to bring unions to the table, teachers to the table, healthcare workers, childcare workers to the table to make sure that they're getting ahead and can take care of the families in this state. What makes me more electable is the fact that we have built authentic relationships, not transactional ones. We are not running this campaign on slogans. We are leading with leadership, executive leadership, and being honest to the public about what we can and cannot do. And at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we're not just fighting against this Trump administration because of all the harm that they have done in this community. But I want to make sure that we're organizing because we believe in the same goals, not because we hate the same thing. And so we know that from seeing all of the TV interviews and seeing many of these tweets that she may not be ready for prime time, but I'm focusing on winning other people's votes in this state. And because I don't look at, running in a primary as running against them, I'm running for the votes of Wisconsinites.
There you go. Talking a little shit there. She may not be ready for prime time. Now you're talking. Pezcor with the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. Thank you, Pezcor. Appreciate that, bro. Me and Zugami say hello. Okay, this is your friend Stardust. That's cool. Thank you, Stardust. Zugami does IRL stuff, is getting into our space. Okay, nice. Somebody said they were on a WIC panel recently and went to the LibCon thing. That's cool. We need more libs out there in the trenches fighting. Sounds good to me. Welcome in, guys. All right, let me add these 5 memberships to the board. All right, let's check out this. Look, we'll see what happens. This election's on Tuesday. This guy is 22 points behind Francesca Hong and her Thanksgiving hating ass. So we'll see if he can catch up. I don't know what the people of Wisconsin think about Francesca Hong, because it's like the whole nation is clowning on her, but obviously somebody likes her if she's ahead in the polls. Can they rally behind her? Can they support her? I mean, even Bernie Sanders wouldn't endorse her, which I find incredible. She's one of the few faces of socialism in America right now, and Bernie Sanders won't endorse her. That's weird, man. Like, whether you like it or not, Bernie, she represents your movement on the national stage. And he won't endorse her. That is a super important race, too. I mean, the governor of the state has a lot to do with certifying the results of the election in 20. Oh, my. Oh! My God, Yeller hit the button, man. 62 gifted subs on Twitch. God damn. That is crazy. Ken Martin in the house dropping subs in my Twitch chat. Yeller, you just made some friends, bro. My God. That's crazy. APAC money has arrived. Hell yeah. Wow. That's a lot of subs, man. What do I even say? Really a dud? That interview was so upsetting. Who? Hong or this guy? Here, I really stand by my statement that, like, we are struggling with our moderate candidates, and we have a candidate recruitment problem. We don't have a Democratic Party problem. We have a candidate problem. And we just kind of like leave it to chance that we hope some good people get in the race, and we hope some rock stars decide to subject themselves to this process and have their whole life looked over with a fine-tooth comb, and and just deal with it, And it's like, come on, man, we gotta be more proactive here, out there recruiting leaders in the business community, in sports, in arts, in academia, in government. Like, we should have a Pete Buttigieg and a John Ossoff in every single congressional race. I mean, they're out there. Every community has these people. Oh, we got a hype train going, and it's already level 7 because of Yellers. Huge. Sub gifting, man. Okay, 62 subs I gotta add here. Damn. First of all, that puts you up to 82. And 35 plus 62. We got to go to the calculator for that one. That's a good 97 right there. That guarantees some C-SPAN comedy to end the night. Awesome. Thank you. Ties and Wine with the 100 biddies for Kamala Harris. Nice. Did you see the story of a guy who had his camera off in a DSA meeting, randomly got nominated to be the candidate in an area? No, I don't know what you mean. He had his camera off. What does that matter? We need a new song for reaching the daily sub goal. Well, we kind of used to get new music all the time from our MAGA brethren. We did get a new one the other day from Remix Bros, which is awesome. So when I hit level 5, I like to play some MAGA music because they produce some bangers, ironically. Let's see. Forgiato Blow. You got anything new? Oh, look at this. We've got a new one. Paid Cash by Forgiato Blow and Keith Cash. 413 views. 2 hours ago. It was like it was meant to be. Already terrible. Hey.
I got that Chevy, yeah, nigga, I paid cash for it. I got that.
Bro, you do not have the pass, man. I'm sorry, bro.
Rose truck, yeah, I paid cash for it. I fucked your bitch, nigga, yeah, I paid cash for it. I got 100 bands of better on the dashboard.
Got another rental here. What happened to the Trump chain? He's dropped it again, man. He goes back and forth.
I paid cash for it. No down payment. When we pull up, we make a statement. I'm on the pavement. I'm out in these streets. Me and Forgiato Blow, killing these beats. Brand new Huracan, leprechaun green. Man, these niggas broke like an armor with a sling. Alligator guts with the 4Gs on the outside. Bitch, I'm making plays, water whipping in the sunshine.
Damn, this has nothing to do with Trump or MAGA, huh? Nevis with the gigantic tongue sticking out face. I agree. This is god awful.
East, west, and the south side. Running my numbers up, I'm watching them multiply. I can't stop until I make a couple 100K. I'm on my grind 24 hours a day. No man, Forgiato, boy, I make the streets melt. Boy, I'm strapped up, nigga, and I ain't talking seatbelt. Elon Musk going Cybertruck with the neon paint. Double cut, mix it with the Fanta, this that purple drink. I'm doing everything that everybody said I can't. I'm in the studio all night, I'm with the gang. It's running through my veins, I'm a hustler. I keep my foot on their neck, on the jugular.
I couldn't imagine getting a Lambo SUV, man. Who buys this thing? Like, how can you not get the, isn't it the Huracan, whatever it is, the real sports car?
Hong has an appeal. I'm telling you, the Fox interview was an outlier. She was very relatable on the Bituation Room. Plus, throwing Dana Bash by calling Tom Tiffany a PDF defender was classic. For new chatters, here's some blow lore. Why does he always have nice cars in videos? His dad is the founder autofinder.com. He is Nepo baby fail son.
Well, first of all, I think they're rentals. I don't think he owns any of these. Eddie, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. The Bituation Room. Hong did a good interview there. Okay, that's good to know. Maybe we check that out. Thank you for the 200 bits, Mike. Nevis, thank you for gifting a sub in the Twitch chat.
Got 7 Rolls Royces, fuck this money, blow it. Finesse and jugging in these streets, never been a poet. Niggas know I'm Trump's nephew, I fuck with the POTUS. Yo, bitch, love my music, every post she fucking quote me. They talking shit, but when they see me, they act like my homies. They think I'm bullshitting, they don't really know me. From the Show Me State, all the way to MIA. I got motion, I got the juice, Minute Maid. Put my name on that jersey, baby, I'm the MVP. Pockets on Brinks, truck, your man's on DMP. Bumblebee, Rory, neck on waterfall, TLC. 20 cars in the front yard like the DMV. I got that Chevy, yeah, nigga, I paid cash for it. I got that Rolls truck, yeah, I paid cash for it. I fucked your bitch, nigga, yeah, I paid cash for it.
Why would you say you paid cash to sleep with a woman, man? That's not something you go around bragging about. Yeah, I paid cash. What the hell? You paid a woman to have sex with you, bro? That's not something you go around bragging about, man. Come on. Keep that shit to yourself, bro. Nah. Listen, no shade to sex workers, but I'm not going around bragging about that. That's something I'm keeping on the DL, man. Come on, bro. Paid her with cash. Why would he even say that? What a fool, man. All right, let's see what Trump had to say here to Jake Sherman. So Jake Sherman is a serious journalist. Like, everybody on Capitol Hill follows Jake Sherman to see what is going on. And I can't imagine that he is going to bend the knee to Trump in any way. So this should be an interesting interview here. Jake Sherman is the owner of Punchbowl News.
And them as part of the world. You cover it very well. You cover specifically Congress. You see a strange group of people.
At the end of the week, Washington empty.
Oh, the big one. It's so little.
I just can't let you go.
To use a credit card and pay it off immediately for the credit card rewards rather than pay cash? Paying cash in today's world is just throwing money away. The irony of me throwing money away to say this.
Yeah, I don't know who carries around cash like that. I don't know, man. I understand not having a car note and just paying for the car up front, but bragging about cash is kind of weird. Thank you, Yeller, for the $50 super chat. You know, a lot of people don't pay off their credit card, so I understand if they don't want to use it. The rewards, you know, listen, somebody's paying for those rewards, you know what I mean? So I get it. If you can avoid carrying a balance and pay it off every month, then get those rewards, get those free miles. I've paid for a few flights and hotels with my rewards, so I definitely take advantage of that, but if you can't pay it off, then boy, that 25% APR is no bueno. What is that song? That's art, man. I don't know. It's some sort of like AI generated song that somebody made about Charlie Kirk, and there's just images of Diddy and Epstein in it. So it's just kind of like a joke song somebody made, and I made it into an alert. MAGA money must have dried up. Yeah. Forgiato's not doing so hot with his latest songs, man. None of them are bangers. It's based. I agree. I think it's pure art. Beautiful song. None of the VOD watchers get to hear it though, because it gets flagged every single time, and I have to delete the song from the VOD. So that's a gift only you people hanging around live get to hear.
He's out fast. Lawmakers, staffers, they're all heading home. But not before they stop here.
Presented by Boeing.
Hello and welcome back to the Punchbowl News Townhouse. I'm Anna Palmer.
And I'm Jake Sherman.
And this is another episode of Fly Day. It's our season finale. And today we are trading out the Townhouse for the White House, Jake.
Look how sexy Jake Sherman looks with his rolled up sleeves. You see, that's how you do it. Now, if you got some gorilla arms like him, you might want to do something about that. But and he's kind of nerding it up. But if he got rid of that tie and just had the open collar at top, the ladies would be swooning.
We have an exclusive interview.
Yeah, 2 wristwatches ain't it either, bro. I don't know what's up with that. Needs to lose those glasses. He looks like he's working at Geek Squad after this.
I know you think you can run. You're scared to believe.
Here we go. Now we can see him.
I just can't let you go.
Look at this.
Beat the song from the VOD, Ossoff.
Yeller, thank you for the $50. Hell yeah, man. Ossoff taking a commanding lead on AOC. Now, no, it's not annoying at all. I get an email and it says copyright song detected. Click here to take action. I click on one box on my phone and it gives me an option to erase the song, and then it edits the VOD on its own. It takes 2 seconds. So if it was annoying, I would have removed the alert a long time ago. It does the same thing when I play any sort of music on the stream. So all it does is remove the song. I don't even think it removes me talking, but it's really not a big deal at all. Copyrighted by who? Somebody owns it and claims that song. My channel is probably the only channel on the internet that does it.
I know you think you can run.
Another one.
Scared to believe I'm the one, but I just can't let you go.
Hey dog, or K-Dog. Case Law with the $50 super chat.
I know you think you can run.
Oh my God.
Scared to believe I'm the
You guys are
one,
nuts.
but I just can't let you go.
The Twitch Prime box.
Hey-o. Oh my God. All right. You guys are nuts, dude. Look at these guys. $50 from Yeller. Another one. Case Law, thank you for the $50 super chat. I only have to click the box once, so joke's on you guys, okay? I don't have to do it multiple times. It flags each segment in the VOD that has the song that was identified as copyright and removes it. Pretty nice system YouTube has. If I don't do it, it's not a big deal either. It'll allow the VOD to stay up. It just can't be monetized, or I'll share revenue with the creator. So I get an email usually when I'm out for a walk. After the stream, I'll grab something to eat and then I'll go for a walk. And usually on my walk, I'll get a alert that I have an email and it says copyright content detected. Click this box to remove this song. I want to play this song at the club to see the reactions. I think it pop off, man. Sharing revenue. Yeah, that's one thing they do. It's not a big deal. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lot of people that watch the VOD afterward. I don't know. It's like 30 people an hour after a few hours. So maybe a couple hundred people end up watching the VOD after the fact. The VOD auto mutes the song. It doesn't auto mute them. I have to select to mute them. But yeah, it'll automatically edit the song out for me. So if you ever watch the VOD, you'll hear like silence during some of the alerts. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. You guys are crazy, man.
With President Donald J. Trump. The timing is notable. We're less than 100 days to the midterms, and the Senate is trying to pick up the pace on some last-minute legislation ahead of August recess. Jake, talk a little bit about what your read is after your conversation with the president today.
Yeah, very frustrated, I would say, with the Senate. I don't know if you agree with that. You were there. He's very frustrated with John Thune. He said he's not thinking about whether Thune should be leader again, Republican leader of the Senate. We talked to him about a lot, Anna, a lot of the stuff that's going on Capitol Hill, the Save America Act, the filibuster, whether he actually cares if Republicans keep their majority, whether he thinks he could do business with Hakeem Jeffries, who would theoretically be speaker if Democrats would take back the majority, and about what he thinks about Republican voters. He thinks they're very frustrated with Republicans in Congress, which I found that to be fascinating. What did you think?
Frustrated with Republicans in Congress, but not the president.
Yeah.
He really distanced himself from that. Also, we talked to him about Blanche's nomination, Pentagon funding, a look at whether he thinks the Fed should hike rates or not.
That's right.
We covered a ton of ground. After our interview, we'll be joined by Punchbowl News' own co-founder, John Bresenhan, to help us break down the conversation. We're going to get right to that conversation with the president. But first, a quick word from our presenting sponsor.
I would assume that Punchbowl News would have a better studio here. This, I guess, might be just some little thing they use, but this is my dream, to have a townhouse walking distance from the Capitol that anybody can stop by. How cool would it be if I had a show and you never knew who was going to stop by? Could be chief of staff of a senator, could be a Congress member, could be some lobbyist, could be some huge nonprofit organizer. I mean, just turn it into like a must place that people have to stop by, and just kind of like a local place to pitch whatever you're up to. I think that'd be cool, but who knows? I think it's super expensive to have any sort of property in that area, right? It's like most expensive place in the nation.
Boeing.
All right, we're going to skip their sponsor thing here. Okay.
Boeing backs America.
All right, President Trump, welcome to Flyout Day.
Thank you.
Here to talk about Congress.
Good.
We have 89 days until the midterm elections, something you've been focused on. But let's start with Save America Act and the Senate and John Thune, the leader of the Senate. Doesn't look likely, can't guarantee it, doesn't look likely the budget resolution's getting on the floor this week. They're trying to wrap up a lot of business. That resolution does carry the blueprint for the Save America Act. Thune says it doesn't have the votes. You seem to think it does, or they should try or do something. He's been pretty pointed on this, Thune. He says he doesn't see a pathway to 50, 51, doesn't have 60. Democrats aren't voting for it. What's the disconnect between you and Thune?
Well, we have no disconnect. I think we have a good relationship, but I view that as a very important thing. It's voter ID. If you just even take the ballots out of it, the ballots are very important, but we do that another time. Voter ID, and it's proof of citizenship. And I figure you can't get any more basic than that. In other words, we want to see your citizenship. We want to make sure that you're a citizen to vote. We like photo ID just to make sure, because the elections are rigged in this country. The elections are a mess in this country. And that was proven in 2020, and it's been proven elsewhere. Look at the recent election that took place with the Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles. All of a sudden,
why would he bring this up? Spencer Pratt being robbed is the worst example. Democrats outnumber Republicans 4-1 in Los Angeles. Spencer Pratt was never expected to advance. And why would the Democrats rig the election so Spencer Pratt doesn't advance? He would be a gift for Karen Bass. Now she actually has to fight with a Democrat, and it's a real contest. If it was Spencer Pratt, he would have no chance at all, and Karen Bass wouldn't even have to campaign. This is so stupid. It just completely undermines his argument that the elections are rigged. Worst example ever to point out to people as an example of rigging elections.
I mean,
the dead squirrel on his head is the chef's kiss. Is he still wearing his new hairpiece? I can't tell. I guess so. It looks more full.
They came from nowhere. It looked like he was in the runoff or easily in the runoff. The other one was, the third place was a woman nobody ever heard of. She's crying. Oh, I didn't make it. She didn't make it by a lot. All of a sudden, she surged. Unknown people don't surge. And she surged after the election was over. And she ended up getting in the runoff. He didn't. Look, we're like a third world country in many cases, in many states. Third world country. So I think that I think it's very important. Save America Act is a very important thing. John's trying. He's trying hard. I really believe that. But if he doesn't get there, it would be unfortunate.
He says, why don't you get the votes for it?
Well, I can probably do that. But I have a couple of people that I won't do so well with. You understand why, right? They're no longer in power. Well, as soon as they leave on January 20th.
Should he put it up for a vote?
January 20th. January 3rd? You don't even know when the new Congress gets sworn in. Oh my God. January 20th. Is that when Congress starts their session? News to me. Oh my God. I agree. He's saying it for his own supporters, but even his own supporters know it's bullshit. Like, a lot of Republicans know they have no chance in LA. You know, I know randos in the country, like, you know, Illinois or I don't know, Arkansas, are like, yeah, Spencer Pratt was going to win. He got robbed. But, you know, most Republicans, I think, know that there's no chance in hell we're going to win in LA. I hope that Jake presses him here, because he keeps talking about where's the votes, and John Thune says they're not there. So why do you keep harping on this? What's going on here? What's the disconnect between you and John Thune, the Republican leader in the Senate? He's telling you he doesn't have the votes.
Vote either way?
Yeah, I would, because I'd like to see 20th.
Should he put it up for a vote either way?
Yeah, I would, because I'd like to see the people that want to vote against it. I want to see the people, both Republican and Democrat, who vote against, because mostly it's Democrats. I mean, we have most Republicans, in all fairness. We'll have a few. We'll be, like a couple short, or maybe one short, which we shouldn't be any. What Republican is going to vote against it?
I could tell you there's a couple.
I know the ones. You don't have to tell me. I know the ones, right. And I find it hard to believe. But you have all the Democrats are going to vote against it. Every Democrat is going to vote against it.
They have 5 times, to be clear.
Well, they do it over and over, and I think it should pay a price during the election, for the election. Every single Democrat is opposed. But not only that, they're opposed to even the great, big, beautiful bill. I like the term better than the one. I like the great better than the one. But the great, big, beautiful bill is something that they all voted against, every single one of them. So they voted against, no tax on tips, and they voted against Social Security, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, car loan deductions, all these things, these incredible things. They voted against everything. They vote against transgender all the time, the mutilization of your children. They vote against open borders. They vote in favor of open borders. They vote totally in favor of open borders. These people, it's the craziest thing. So I like having their hands go up voting against all of these things. But when you vote against, as an example, when you vote against the Save America Act, you're voting against fair voting. And when you think that they're voting against citizenship, I want to see a citizenship. These are things that nobody can understand when they're voting against photo ID. And, it was very interesting because in New York the other day, they were talking about the food store, and you see they want to be licensed. They want you to be licensed.
Food store? What? The food store? I hope Jake presses him about provisions in the bill and why people like Lisa Murkowski, the Republican senator from Alaska, are against it. She gave a speech and she said that this is going to be impossible to enact. People in Alaska would have to fly and stay the night in a hotel to go to the local election office because there isn't one in their town. They'd have to fly to the Capitol and stay in a hotel. It cost them $1,000 and present their birth certificate in person. So she's against that onerous process and how ridiculous it would be for people in her state to register to vote. And then it gets rid of mail-in voting, essentially. So that's problematic in states like her as well. So I wish he would get pressed about that.
Licensed daughter by a loaf of bread. Maybe the same things also in New York. And these are people absolutely don't want anything having to do with elections. In other words, you can just walk in no matter who you are. But when it came to shoveling snow, did you see that? You had to get 2 forms of identification to get licensed to shovel snow.
Oh, to get licensed to shovel snow? No, you moron. It was a job. You always have to show 2 forms of ID to get hired for a job. That's why they love to point this out. Like, Democrats don't want you to have to show ID to vote, but they demand 2 forms of ID to shovel snow in New York City. Here he is talking about licensed to shovel snow. It's like a temporary job for a few hours. That requires showing 2 forms of ID.
No, but to go in and vote, you don't need anything. No, it's no good.
So you have a government funding fight coming up September 30th, which is just,
Oh, come on, Jake. You're just going to move on. So much to ask about there. All right. This is something, though, nobody's talking about. The government's going to run out of money at the end of next month. We had these big shutdown fights at the end of last year, beginning of this year, and that was to fund the government through the end of the fiscal year, which ends at the end of September. So this is going to be another shutdown coming up here. Why would the Democrats want to play ball with these clowns after what they've been through? And so I think we're going to have the midterms possibly with a shutdown going on in the background, which just adds fuel to the fire for the Republicans doing poorly.
It's 5-6 weeks away, whatever it is. If it doesn't get done now, do you want to push for it in a
Look, I'm going to say whatever happens, happens.
And Congress is going to be gone for the rest of this month here very soon.
It was set up so that it would be before the election, and you could very well have a closed country because the Democrats are going to vote entirely against it. They're going to vote against
it. Well, they're for. It seems like they're for. Yeah,
they're in favor of closing down the country. They're in favor of closing. Look, I'll go a step further. I'd like to see a termination of the filibuster.
Well, you don't have the votes for that, right?
Oh, that's one I really can't believe.
Well, why? I mean,
that's even a step.
Oh man, he should call him out. Trump tweeted, or he posted on True Social, that the Democrats want to get rid of the filibuster when he reacted to El Sayed winning. So he posted, where is that? I got to see that. Hold on. Here he is saying he wants to get rid of the filibuster, and yet he criticized El Sayed as being a crazy person who wants to get rid of the filibuster. Trump, El Sayed filibuster post. Yeah, like he completely undermined his filibuster pressure on Republicans by saying it was a crazy thing that El Sayed wanted to do. I see a Hill article. Oh, here we go. Trump warned that if El Sayed succeeds at convincing Democrats to terminate the filibuster, Democrats would gain 4 senators, 8 congressmen, many electoral and popular votes, a stacked Supreme Court with 23 justices, and that he would be the last Republican president. But you want the Republicans to get rid of the filibuster? So does he think that only Republicans will be able to go around the filibuster if they get rid of it, and that the Democrats won't do that if they get in charge? You have to be insane if you want to get rid of the filibuster. I know I want to get rid of it too. Yeah, right.
You say Democrats would do it. They tried.
You don't have Democrat votes right now. But if they get in office, 100% they'll terminate the filibuster. You know that.
Well, they tried. They weren't able to last.
Well, but those two people are now out of service.
That's true.
They're doing other things and no longer politicians. And they wouldn't have been able to get elected they couldn't have gotten the nomination. But, and look, it's incredible. Termination of the filibuster, so good. And you have most Republicans in favor. And then you have some old line people that they actually believe, some of the Republicans actually believe the Democrats won't do it. And I would say,
and I'm one, I actually don't think that, I think there are a lot more people who are against it than it seems public.
I think the Democrats will do it.
I agree. I don't think we have the votes.
In the first hour, day.
Especially, why would we get rid of the filibuster while Trump is president? So if we win the Senate, why would we get rid of the filibuster to pass bills that Trump vetoes? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
And if they're really slow week, it'll be done. And then you know what happens? You have 2 more states, so to speak, right? You have D.C. and you have Puerto Rico. You have 4 more senators. You have 8 more congressmen. You have 23 because the real number they want is 23 Supreme Court justices. That's their real number. You know, they talk about 13. Who wants 13? You know, somebody was arguing about that. Who wants 13? You got to pick 13, a lucky number, 13. You build a building, you don't show a 13th floor with it. But so all of these horrible things are going to happen. I really believe you have a couple of people that believe, and I'm very surprised that you believe that. So you think that?
I think that there are a lot of people, when push comes to shove, are not going to be there to blow up the filibuster.
Well, we'll make a gentleman's bet, okay?
I try not to bet on, I don't bet on politics.
And you know what? I hope I lose.
The Pentagon, as part of this budget resolution, the Pentagon is in line to get $60-some-odd billion. If they don't get that in short order, which is, what you want. You want this thing to happen.
And we're doing so well, and to have to break it up a little bit.
What would it mean if you didn't get that money? If the Pentagon didn't?
It's not good. The Democrats are kamikaze pilots.
But this is Republicans too right now. To be clear, on the budget resolution, it is.
It's not even believable that it's Republicans, okay?
But it is.
Not many, but it's a few Republicans, yes.
Let's talk about Blanche, Todd Blanche, your Attorney General nominee.
Sure.
Bill Cassidy, Lisa Murkowski are on the fence. You think he's going to be confirmed?
All I can say is that he's a great gentleman. He's a great person. He's great at what he does. Everybody agrees with that. People think he's incredible. If they don't agree to do what they should do, it'd be very sad. And we'll all survive. Todd will survive.
You'll keep him in as acting.
Yeah, sure. He'll be acting.
Yeah.
But why should he be acting when, if he was a marginal, everybody agrees he's fantastic. He's great. He's fair. He's a fair guy, not a radical flamethrower. He's going to be acting, and we'll try it again.
I wonder if you feel any.
So last weekend I looked into, is there anything an acting attorney general can't do that a confirmed attorney general can? And is very little. And it's like some laws specifically reference that the confirmed attorney general would have to be involved, like some wiretapping. But it also says that people below him who are confirmed by the Senate, like the deputy attorney general, can do it. So I don't think there's a single thing that he can't do right now because he's attorney general that his office can't do. But sounds like they got the votes because we needed 3 Republicans to vote no with Mitch McConnell out, and only 2 said they would vote no, Murkowski and Collins. Cassidy, the guy that Trump primaried in Louisiana, said this morning on the Senate floor he would vote for him. Pathetic.
Because a lot of these people who are against him, who have given you trouble on him, are people you endorsed against, right? I mean, you have Cornyn, Cassidy, Murkowski, you kind of
essentially
slag. Yes. Right. So
Murkowski, I was against.
Yeah.
I'm against Murkowski. I think I do more for Alaska than any president in history. No president's done for Alaska what I've done. She's not good.
Do you regret going against these people? It makes your agenda harder to get through.
Look, I don't regret it. You do what you have to do.
Yeah. Do you want Thune to serve another term as leader?
And just so you understand, they voted to impeach me.
No, I was there. Yeah.
In all fairness, You think that I'm going to support somebody that voted to impeach me?
Yeah, no, I hear.
You know what, MAGA, my beautiful MAGA base, the greatest people on earth, you know what they'd do if I voted in favor of somebody that voted to impeach the person that they love and I love them? They would not be happy.
Do you want Thune to serve another term as leader? Do you think, would you support him?
Well, I don't want to get into that as early, but
why?
I'll tell
a
you,
lot of people are thinking about it. This is a big issue.
I get along with him. It's unfortunate that he doesn't have the vote.
But do you actually get along with him?
I do.
But you clearly disagree. I mean, you have big disagreements.
I do have disagreements. I believe strongly in terminating the filibuster. And by the way, getting Save America Act approved immediately, and about 400 other things in every hour of every day. Boom, boom, boom. You get whatever you want. You get.
Democrats would do it too, though, right? They'd get.
Well, they're going to do that. They're going to do that. If they get in, they're going to do it very quickly. I mean, you're wrong on that one.
We'll see.
They're going to do that so fast. And I say, as long as we all know that they're going to do it, I'm so shocked to hear you. But as long as I know that they're going to do that, you do it. I would do it whether they did it or not. We would get in the next 2.5 years, we would get things that nobody ever dreamt of. We would be in office for the next 100 years. And I'll tell you what, if they get in, I may be the last Republican president.
Wow.
Let's talk about the House.
If they don't get smart, if the Senate doesn't get smart, I may be the last Republican president. That's a big
That might be a good thing for all of us.
statement.
Yeah.
Don't get us too excited, bro, please.
I'm not sure it's right, but who knows? We'll see. Let's talk about the House. Mike Johnson will probably remain Speaker if he keeps.
He should.
If he keeps the majority. So if he loses the majority,
Mike Johnson is working with a majority of 2, 3. We've had it 1. We've had it like if we're one heart attack away from losing the House.
In Congress, that ain't hard.
And you know what? We get a lot of things passed.
Yeah.
He's great. We work together great. He's a fantastic person.
If he loses there, it's going to be an interesting thing. The internal battles. If he loses, who gets the blame? I mean, Steve Scalise, Tom Emmer, Jim Jordan.
Great
look
people.
at it.
Everyone's great.
But you want Johnson to top House Republicans either way, no matter what happens.
Well, I don't think there's even a thought of anybody challenging him.
Well, I don't know.
Huh?
Well, there could be.
Well, I haven't heard it. I think I'd know. I think he's done a great job.
You should repunch
And again, remember this. Look, remember this. We have a majority of sometimes 1.
That's true.
Okay, it drops down to 1. But let's say when we have 3, we're in clover. Okay,
right.
And I think right now we're at 2 or 3. I think he's done a very good job.
Your critics on the Hill, Republicans, say privately, you don't really care about Congress. You don't care about losing the majority. You'll do your thing either way. You're president. You could do executive
No, it's
orders.
not right.
Is that not right?
Yeah, it's not right. I'd love to win. I'm fighting hard. I just get back from a trip. I was in California. I was in Nevada, all over the place.
Yep.
No, I'm going to fight. We have I don't even call it a mini convention, but it is.
In Dallas,
yes,
right?
It's a mini convention in Dallas. That was an idea that I had. I think it's going to be terrific. We're going to fight hard. We raised a lot of money. I raised a lot of money for just this purpose. I'll put in a lot of money.
Right.
It's very important for the country that we win because you have people getting in office right now who will destroy this country. You're a person in Michigan that won the other night.
Abdul El-Sayed.
He is a disaster for the country. Got a good line of stuff. I watched him. He speaks well, speaks okay, seen better. But I'll tell you what, guys like that get in, they'll destroy this country.
You said yesterday, you just talked about Nevada. You said yesterday gas prices, correct me if I'm wrong, they might go up again a little bit. You said.
No, that's only if I have to do another hit.
Okay, so I mean,
they'll only go down, or if we make a deal, they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. Look, it's obvious. They don't want to be hit. Okay, they want to make a deal. So we'll see.
Because you're seeing that nervousness on the Hill about that.
It'll only go up if we have to do another hit.
This interview is just all over the place, man. It's almost like it was done to just have clips. No substance. Let's just ask him one question about a topic and let him run his mouth and barely challenge him. Not impressed so far.
Johnson has said in the past, if Republicans lose the House, it'll be the end of the Trump presidency to some degree.
Yeah, to some degree. Still have great blocking power. so they won't be able to do anything. In other words, they won't be able to
veto,
destroy
right?
it. No, I have great block. I'm a great blocker, and they'll be putting horrible communistic type things in front of me, and I'll be just saying no, no, no. But I'd rather be a positive force than a negative force.
You've acknowledged a bunch of times that, it's tough for the party in power to keep the House majority. It's a difficult thing, right? It only happens.
It amazes me, actually. So I've done a lot. I mean, I am very consequential. You look at the great, big, beautiful, you look at all of the things that we've done. You could make the case that nobody's done so much in a year and a half.
Why are they down on the generic ballot? What do you think?
Well, let me just say it, and this is what nobody understands. Nobody understands it. The president in power, Republican or Democrat, as I call it, the president in power always loses.
Always.
It's the craziest thing, 2 times.
Well, Biden did pretty well in the midterms. Picked up a seat in the Senate.
96 and
they were a little unusual time.
Yes, they were.
There's a psychology down deep that nobody can explain.
Well, people want to check on power, I think.
Well,
right?
they maybe want to check on power, but when you have somebody doing a great, I did the greatest tax cuts, best tax cuts, biggest tax cuts. You look at no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, the deductions for buying cars and all the things. We have more money being invested in the United States now than at any time in history.
So we have the data from tax returns, and the average tax refund went up 11% this year due to the provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill. That comes out to about $350 because average tax refund is like $3,600. So that sounds great. And I'm sure for some people, $350 is $350. That's not bad. Problem is the tariffs cost us all like $1,100 more in the last year. And the war in Iran has raised gas prices that cost everybody hundreds of dollars. So that money got eaten up immediately by the higher cost of living due to his policies, tariffs, war in Iran, and deportations as well. Thanks, Trump. So these tax cuts, be what they may, have not given the Republicans any advantage.
Rebuilt the military. I mean, the things I've done. So even if you did a great job as president, they seem to lose. That's the only thing that I have going against us. For some reason, if the president, whoever is Democrat or Republican, loses on the midterms. And by the way, that's over the last 100 years.
Yes,
it's not 50, it's 100 years.
How do you handicap it now, House and Senate?
I think we're going to win, but I look at, I'll be honest, I look at this, not everybody was a bad president. We've had good presidents, and even good presidents, they tend to lose the midterm. So I don't know what that is. Other than that, I'd say we should win easily. Now, I think they're hurting themselves because we don't want communists in our country. You got a lot of bad candidates on the other side. And it's one thing to win in a radical left area, an area that tends to be very much on the Democrats' side. But I don't think you can win on a general election with that. I just don't think the people are ready for it. I don't think they'll ever be ready for it.
Do you, MAGA Inc., the super PAC that your allies control, has a lot of money and a lot of people?
Not my allies. I control it.
Okay. You and your allies.
$800 million.
Are you going to spend it?
It's funny. Nobody ever, of course, I'm going to do.
You're going to spend it in the midterms.
I could spend it on pretty much anything I want. I'm going to spend it I'm going to help Republicans.
This midterm.
And so when you say I don't care.
No, I didn't say that. I said some people say that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I could do a lot easier. I didn't have to be away in Nevada yesterday. I didn't have to be in Los Angeles yesterday making speeches. I didn't have to be supporting all the people. I have I have a busy schedule. I said to somebody, wait a minute, you don't understand. I won. I'm not campaigning. Now, that's the other thing. I get a tremendous vote. I have records in many of the states, the most votes ever in Texas and Florida and many, many states, Alabama. You can go through them, many, many states. The most votes ever. The question is, and they're asking this question, and I've had some great polls recently, real polls, but they're great polls. If I don't run, will those people go out and vote? And that's the one thing I can't tell. I'm going to ask them to, but I'm just watching guys like you, and you're very talented people. The question is, will they vote? Because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. They're
Why is
angry
that?
I don't know. I mean, they're
I don't know. Why are they angry? I don't know. People just in a bad mood. Maybe they didn't sleep enough. Trump has no idea. Don't know why people are mad.
angry at Republicans, but they're not
That's an
angry
interesting
at me.
thing. Why?
There's the line. They're angry at Republicans. They're not angry at me. Well, what could these Republicans have done to upset them outside of you? That is remarkable. You're the leader of the Republican Party, dude. You're the president of the United States. They're just following what you want. They're backing you up. And he absolves himself of any blame, any responsibility. That is wild.
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
Everyone's always angry.
And there
at
are some areas that are basically Democrat, but they're Trump, like Pennsylvania. I win Pennsylvania easily. I win other places easily. Look, I won Michigan easily. I did well with Michigan. I did well with almost everything, to be honest. I did well with everything.
But it's a good point, Mike.
Now the question is...
Rogers lost when you were on the ballot.
Yeah.
And now he's up again.
Well, he lost when I'm on the ballot, and I won big.
That's great. Yeah, Mike Rogers lost in 2024, and you were on the ballot. So it's going to be a bloodbath now, right? You're not on the ballot.
In Michigan, but I happen to think he won.
Okay, well, that's...
No, I think it was a rigged deal. I think they rigged it.
Oh, okay, there it is. That explains it. That explains it, yeah. Well, if it was rigged, then yeah, he did everything right.
Him out of it, but he's a very good candidate. I think he should do well. If we believe in polls, I actually sort of believe in polls.
Polls
but
were terrible in the Democratic primary.
They were terrible in that primary. But if we believe in the poll a little bit, let's give it a little credit. They say he does better against Abdullah. It's Abdul, but it's the actual name is Abdullah, and then it's much longer than that.
Right.
But if you believe in the polls, he does better against Abdullah than he did against the young congresswoman.
Yeah.
Great nickname, Abdullah. I don't know if is that going to invoke any emotion or anything? Abdullah? I don't think that changes anything. Abdullah, is he calling him a woman or something? I don't get it. I've never heard the name Abdullah in my life. That's got to keep working on that one. So my argument is the polls obviously showed more support for El Sayed than existed, because the poll showed him like plus 17 and he won by less than 1%. So the polls were off in regards to his support. So why wouldn't the polls be off in regards to his matchup with Mike Rogers as well? And the polls, those same polls showed him losing by 1% to Mike Rogers. So I'm concerned that he is losing by more than 1% to Mike Rogers before the primary concluded. It's still surmountable. It's not impossible. It's within the margin of error, probably. Like maybe he's losing by 5-6 points or something. I just don't know how you could look at the polls that showed him winning by 17 points and then being so wrong, but then completely accepting the same polls that saying he was 1 point behind Rogers.
Should Kevin Warsh, your Fed chair, avoid a rate hike before the election?
Well, it's up to him a little bit, but not completely. He's got a board that's very political.
Right.
The United States should pay the lowest interest rate in the entire world.
So you think that he shouldn't hike rates before the election?
It's not totally up to him. It's up to a board. I think he's great. I won't be criticizing him, but I've said many times, in the old days, 20, 25 years ago, called it the old.
Boy, I didn't think about that. So I think the Federal Reserve meets next month. There's going to be another jobs report and another inflation report before then, probably two. Imagine if they raise interest rates before the midterms, just another punch in the stomach for the American people, right? Because that'll lead to less people borrowing, less businesses expanding. That means layoffs. Just making the pain worse. But they have to do it if inflation stays high like this.
Old days, if you announced good numbers, the interest rates went down because you were a better credit.
Right.
Makes sense, right? Now it's all bakakt. Now it's all a different thing. If you announce great numbers, everybody's depressed because we have great numbers. They think what you're going to do is raise interest rates. But in the old days, when you announced great numbers, interest rates went down. So I want to go back to those days. You know, we make many countries, elite countries, you know, take a look at Switzerland. We have a $39 billion deficit. I can wipe out that deficit in one stroke of the pen, and they're no longer an elite country. Yet they pay 0.5% interest. They're the lowest ones. And all I have to do is say, I don't want any of your watches, you know? I mean, I don't want any of your goods. And we save ourselves $39, $40, $41 billion, and they go from being elite to being very troubled. Fortunately, I'm a nice person, okay? But just so you understand, they're paying 0.5 point. We're paying much more than that. In the old days, we were also the lowest interest rate. We should be the lowest interest rate again, because many of these countries that are very low on interest rates, they're only low because of us, because we're willing to subsidize. We're subsidizing many of the world countries, many of the most elite countries. I use Switzerland as it's very elite. I looked at the interest rates. They're paying the lowest interest rate. Well, without us, they would have nothing but problems. We hand them on a plate $40 billion. So we have a deficit, because I call a deficit a loss. Some people don't. Some people think, oh, well, it's not really, they come up with, to me, it's a loss. We hand them $40 billion a year. Without that $40 billion, they're no longer elite. And we should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world.
You had a meeting with Hakeem Jeffries a long time ago. I don't think you've had many more conversations with him since then. Maybe you have. What's your read of him?
I think he's a nice guy. I mean, I did. He was here.
Yeah.
We had a good meeting. It was, look.
He's harsh on you. He says,
well, he's harsh because I'm harsh on him. I'm sure he wouldn't be so harsh. I've said bad things about him.
Could you do business with him, you think?
Yeah, I think so. Look, the people harsh on me, I'm harsh on them. It's part of the world. You cover it very well. You cover specifically Congress. You see a strange group of people. But I'd probably get along with them very well. I met him essentially once.
Yep.
I think I'd probably get along with him very well.
Just a couple more questions on policy. AI, big issue that Congress has had is basically nowhere on, and they can't get their act together on AI.
Well, in one way.
That's so funny. I get along with him. Why not? Yeah. Okay. Great. That's definitely going to help. I'm going to get some more water. Be right back.
That's good. And one with
yeah, you could argue it either way. But what do you think of
You want to regulate them out of business.
What do you think of the big question that we have all the time is what is going to be the political impact of data centers? I mean, I know you've taken action. Congress is going to try to take action. It's going to be in the next 10 years a big political issue.
So the way you look at AI, whoever wins AI just wins. It's that big. It's bigger than the internet by many times. It's going to be bigger than anybody ever thought possible. Not even imaginable how big. I saw Texas the other day sort of is against data centers. I think it's a mistake. And I'm not taking positions, I just think it's a mistake because there are other communities that want it. When a community wants it, it means a lot of money is going to come into that community.
Unsightly, potentially.
Well, I don't think they're unsightly. I mean, I'm looking at some of these data centers, the most incredible buildings I've ever seen. They go for 2.5, 3 miles. They're 3 miles by 3 miles.
They're necessary for the technology.
Well, but I think they are tremendously important for the economics. I mean, this is for Texas to say no to data centers is a mistake in the sense that it could be bigger than oil. I mean, data centers could be bigger than oil. You have the Texas oil, and there are a lot of communities that want them. But more importantly, and bad for us, there are a lot of countries that want them. And if we turn off on data centers, or we turn off on AI, we are leading because of me. We're leading AI. Remember this, I came up with an idea that was a great idea. Nobody thought it was serious. They didn't even believe it. They didn't even put in plans with it. I said, when you build your data center, I'm going to let you build your own electric sources, your electric generating source. They said, well, that's too good to be true. They didn't believe me. It took them a month to realize I was serious, and I'm going to get you fast approvals. Lee Zeldin is great. And now, when they build a plant, they're becoming like a utility, a public utility. So they're building a big portion of the building is now their own generator. So we're not taking that from the public. We're not taking it from the grid. And then at a very cheap price, and maybe for nothing, they're taking their excess electricity, which will be a lot, and they're putting it back into the grid. Now, if I didn't do that.
Poor Trump is on the wrong side of this. People are so pissed. It is an apolitical concern, these data centers, and the pressure they're putting on energy bills and water supply, and he's just out here singing their praises. Totally wrong messaging. Like, it is a big winner politically right now to hate on AI data centers, right? Like, you almost have to do it. They're like trying to make the argument for them is that's not going over well. I think he's right, obviously, right? Like, these buildings are needed, and but they're just, the way they've gone about it, they've rushed it because they're in such a panic to be the first that they're trampling on the local communities. And now they're starting to go about it a little differently because they realize that if they push too hard and go too fast, then they'll be held up by the local politicians and the people will be mad. So we'll probably get to a point very soon where they pay people's bills and they show them that they're not losing any water. I mean, they should be paying people's electricity bills or a portion of it or something, you know? Why not? Oh my God, what just happened over in my YouTube chat? Yeller with the 50 gifted memberships. My God. Imagine not being a member after that. 50. Yeller, you are nuts. The DNC and AIPAC send their regards. Let's freaking go. Some people just got hooked up, man. YouTube going crazy. Yeah. It's just raining subs over on YouTube right now. Amazing. Let's go, man.
That we wouldn't have one building being built
That's
in this
huge.
country because we have an old grid that's tired, it's exhausted. And these things, the one thing they need a lot of electricity. The word is electricity. They need more electricity than the entire nation uses for everything. Think of it. If you took your electricity output for everything, they need more than that number. And sometimes people would say twice that number. It's hard to believe. It's unbelievable. But they're building their own plants. They're not going to be taking it from the grid, and they're going to be actually giving it back. And very importantly, those communities are going to make a fortune where they have the new data centers going. So if I were a governor, I would want data centers so badly. I'll cut taxes. I mean, taxes are going to go way down because this is a tremendous source of income.
Two more.
It's just incredible, man. It's like Trump can't do anything right. So here he is out here trying to pitch data centers to people, and everybody's furious at these data centers, man. Just can't do anything right. Just contributing to that perfect storm for the midterms, you know? Can you speak more your thoughts on the AI hysteria? Well, I think it's just that the mad dash to be the first has led these companies to build these data centers without thinking about the local community much, and people are freaking out about their water supply and their energy bills. And I don't think the evidence is there that the data centers are responsible for at least the electricity bills going up. I think that's more about having to do maintenance due to climate change and upgrade their infrastructure. But the narrative is it's the data centers. And so politically, it's a bad position to be advocating for data centers. It goes over very well to be anti-data center right now. You see it, Democrats doing it, Republicans doing it. And so here he is out here pitching data centers as, you know, it's like trying to sell cigarettes to children. Like, what are you doing, bro? I think we have to come up with a compromise. But these companies just did not handle the initial wave well, and the local communities are stopping them. And then they realize they got to work with the locals if they want to continue this, and they need to. They cannot be slowed down by local officials putting a moratorium or regulation. So they need to work with the locals, and they realize that now. So things are going to change very quickly. But that's the extent of my knowledge about it. I don't know. It's not, for me, it's not the most interesting subject, but I hope it leads to lower energy bills. I just got my energy bill from my my company, and it's $278 for this month. $278. Now it is like 100 degrees here in Southern California for the last month.
If it wasn't throwing money at podunk towns, it was forcing the town councils to sign NDAs where they couldn't even say that a data center might come into town.
Yeah, I mean, they were really abusing the local people's and not addressing their concerns. Now, $278 may not be a lot for like a house, but I live in a 1-bedroom apartment. It's like 1,100 square feet. That's a bargain? Yeah, I'm sure. Some of you guys got big houses. I've been trying to keep my AC around 78 degrees most of the time, though, which I think it's fine if you keep the AC on. And it's not going to last this heat for long. We're running 400, but do you have a house? I mean, if you have a 1-bedroom and your energy bill is $400, that's pretty wild. I pay half for a house. Yeah, I'm sure.
Dump truck Donald, why is his love so fat? Smiley face emoji.
Why is his love so fat? Yvette, thank you for the 300 bits. I've never paid more than 100. I mean, it depends what area you're in. My electric bill's up, and Chump is attacking New Jersey because I didn't vote for his dumbass. Damn.
Quick question.
And we can't let China beat us at this. You know, a lot of people think that the campaign that's being put on is being paid for by China.
A lot of people
and
do.
We have President Xi coming here in a couple of weeks, and we're going to have a great time. But I'm going to talk to him about it. But I don't blame him. You know, we do things and they do things. But a lot of people think that because they are losing to us in AI.
One of the things that Congress is wrestling with now is crypto. A big crypto bill is on the agenda. Democrats want to impose ethics restrictions and limit your ability to conduct your family's ability to conduct crypto business while you're in office. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'll tell you, it's very interesting because Nancy Pelosi, nobody ever did that with her. And I believe crypto is very important because if we don't have it, China's going to have it. You know, they all want it. Okay. And
he ruined crypto. What is it? It's still around 60K right now. The crypto industry is so mad at him.
We've done a great job on it. We've done. Biden all of a sudden at the end became very strong for it because he saw I was getting all of the business. I did it for a lot of reasons. One of them was politics. There were a lot of people, like they say 100 million people worldwide and a lot of people.
Right.
And then Biden saw what was happening. I was killing him. And he all of a sudden loved crypto. But I do it very simply because we can't let China have it or Japan have it. Other countries really want it and we dominate in it. So to me, it's very important. But they want to do a bill. And in the bill, they want me to be different than everybody else.
So you're against that, it would sound like.
Well, I don't mind putting it in a blind trust. I don't run my stuff anyway. I let my kids run it. And I never talk to them about things. If they want to go into, they're not involved in government. I don't talk to them about government. I don't talk to them about much other than to say, I love you kids. You know, they're good kids. But we don't want to see China.
They just happen to make a lot of good bets, I guess, in the last year and a half, making billions of dollars. He definitely had no involvement at all.
China take over crypto. I don't want to see China win with AI and crypto. Crypto is a big deal. I mean, I see it more and more where people are paying with Bitcoin, and they don't even know about cash anymore. That takes a lot of pressure off our dollar. It's a good thing for our country. But if China took over crypto, which they would love to do, or if China took over AI, which they would really, so we are leading with AI on China. Nobody thought that was possible. The reason was energy, because he can create. He's an amazing guy. China can create unbelievable amounts of energy, and they use coal and they use oil and gas and they use, they make a lot of windmills, but they don't use too many windmills because they're smart, because wind is a disaster.
Yeah, I don't understand your obsession with that, but
you know what my obsession is? I want the country to be successful.
God damn that wind power. Causing so many problems, man. Hey, dog. Thank you for gifting a membership on YouTube. Appreciate that, bro.
Subsidize all of this wind. You shouldn't have to subsidize energy, number one. But wind is a very expensive form of
Some
energy.
Republicans are against you on that too, but
That's because they don't understand business.
Last question for you. If Democrats do take over the House, it's just going to be investigation mania. They're going to.
Oh, yeah, they're coming for that ass. They're going to investigate that wig on your head.
In a past interview, he said it's impossible for his kids not to insider trade because he talks to them about everything.
That's great. Impossible. K-Dog with another gift membership. Thank you, bro. Yeah, totally impossible. If you talk to them about everything, then there's no inside knowledge. Makes sense.
To do oversight. They could impeach you again. I mean, do you think they will?
Well, a lot of people are saying I'm one of the greatest presidents ever.
They're not saying that, though.
But they know, they see the results. Look, we have right now more money being invested in the United States than at any time in history, more money than any country has ever had being invested. We're at numbers that we're building more factories, plants, and I'm not just talking about AI. AI, yes, but auto plants of all kinds. Toyota just announced they're coming in with the largest plant anywhere in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're leaving Canada. People are leaving, the car companies are leaving Germany. They're leaving Japan. They're all coming here because of tariffs, because of my very smart use of tariffs, because
But will they impeach you, do you think? They'll be.
It's hard to believe they could, but
they'll be all over you. They'll be subpoenaed.
It's a very unfair thing. Yeah, it's a very unfair thing. When I was president and I made the statement a lot about Hillary Clinton, they wanted to impeach her, they wanted to destroy her. And I said, you just can't do that. And then I get in there and they tried to do the same thing with me. They were vicious. So I guess they might be.
Are they more vicious than Republicans?
I think the Republicans are too nice, actually. I think the Republicans are much nicer. I think the Republicans are much more gentle than the Democrats. I think the problem with the Democrats, they have bad policy. They're smart, they're vicious, but they have really bad policy. Open borders, let the whole world come into our country, let prisons be emptied out into our country. The transgender mutilization of your children, that's fine with them. All of these things that they have men playing in women's sports, they want men playing. They have horrible policy. They love crypto. They love AI. But they don't like it if I'm involved in it, because if I'm involved, as president, look, I've created the greatest market ever. Nobody could believe that we're leading substantially China, as an example, in AI and in crypto. And it's because of me. Biden was against all this. I don't think Biden had any idea what it was. But our country right now is doing better than it's ever done. When I see polls on the economy, I should have 150%, not 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have the greatest. This is the golden age of.
I don't think that's how it works. I don't think you can get that high. 150. He's in the low 30s, man. Damn. Trump seeing something else, man. The people just can't see it.
I think D-Rump might have a praise kink.
You think? Strange, man. I'm fascinated to see what happens over the next 2 years with this guy's with his cognitive abilities. I think he is falling apart very quickly here. I do think we're going to wake up to a headline one morning that says Trump was found wandering in his tighty-whities in the White House lawn. This guy's losing his mind, man.
America, what's being built now in this country has never, ever been built. And we are literally in the golden age of America. And I think people are starting. I actually think people are starting.
We'll see. 89 days. We'll see if they.
It's going to be very exciting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Presented by Boeing. As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, Boeing honors a shared journey of ingenuity.
Wow. Well, that was something. Nice way to end the interview there. I think I should have 150% approval rate. Why stop there? What has he done? Like, what can he point to that is going so well? I mean, we're almost 6 months. I think we're in our 6th month of the Iran war here. No, not yet. End of February, so end of this month. 5+ months of the Iran war. Elevated gas and oil prices. People paying more due to his tariffs. I mean, what does he even point to? The stock market, I guess, but 40% of America isn't even invested in the stock market. Bank manager, thank you for re-upping your YouTube membership. Make America Democrat again. It's coming, buddy. It's coming. 88 days, guys. Can you believe it? The midterms are almost here. They're yelling at Dr. Fauci. Yeah, like the Republican Party is pursuing criminal charges against Dr. Fauci with less than 3 months until the midterms. Like, this is their strategy to help Americans? I mean, hello? What is happening, man? Okay. We have hit a couple of goals here, guys. We've hit the daily sub goal. We doubled it, which means we get to do some fun vintage C-SPAN. We also hit our 100 subs for the day unban requests goal, but I don't think we have any unban requests. Yeah, 0. I've been taking out tons of people too, but there'll be some in the future, I'm sure. So let's go do some vintage C-SPAN and see what the hell's happened in the past. So the way I do this is I can go back to about 1997 in the C-SPAN vaults, and it's just kind of fun to see what people are wearing, what the stories were. Now that we're all adults following politics very closely, interesting to see, revisit some of these stories that we may have just kind of heard about at the time.
Broken toilet seat suggested 1999.
Okay, and there we go. So I let the top gifter of the day pick a year between 1997 and 2025, and we go to today's date in that year. So 1999 it is. We're going to go back to August 7th, 1999. What the hell was going on then? Better times. All right, Washington Journal. We go to videos and we enter the year. August 6th was a Friday. Wait, today's the 7th, my bad. Saturday. August 7th, 1999. National Governors Association. Governor Carper. Oh, that is. On the 1-year anniversary of the bombings of the U.S. embassies in Kenya. All right. Ms. Zolt talked about current newspaper headlines and events and took audience calls, faxes, and electronic mail. Wow. Stacy Zolt. Electronic mail. Let's go, man. Not even email. It was just referred to as electronic mail.
Good morning. It's Saturday, August 7th, and this is Washington Journal. Republicans and Democrats are in a standoff over tax cuts, one that will likely carry over into next year's presidential and congressional elections. We'll go over that story and more with Stacey Zolt of Roll Call. Please call in with the article you're reading. Liberals 202-624-1111, Conservatives 624-1115, Moderates 737-6734. Today is the one-year anniversary of the embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania. Here to brief us on embassy security will be Ambassador Philip Wilcox of the Embassy Security Review Board. Later, we'll go live to St. Louis to the annual meeting of the National Governors Association. One hot topic there, how to produce smarter kids. Joining us will be Governor Thomas Carper, a Democrat from Delaware. I'm Mark Lacey of the Los Angeles Times, your C-SPAN guest host. Stacey, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning to you. Thank you.
So what did you spend your week on? You cover the appropriations process. Some long days this week?
Exactly. Some very long days. Congress has been very busy trying to get these bills out. And
let's see what she's up to, because she looks pretty young. Stacey Zolt. Never heard of her before. Stacey Zolt.
Why do most people online think Ock or Ossoff is the most likely outcome? Ossoff has a seat to hold and Ock consistently polls below two-thirds other names.
I think they're just the most exciting names. Kamala is the one that comes out on top in polls as of right now, followed by, I think, Pete Buttigieg, but just people excited about them. I think they'd make interesting candidates. I mean, John Ossoff's raising a shit ton of money, and AOC is kind of like taking the helm as the heir apparent of Bernie's progressive movement. So that's probably why those two names are near the top. Cool last name. Yeah. I don't know if I see a Stacey Holt. I see a Stacey Zolt aura. Let me see. Stacey Zolt.
I wonder if she is into younger men.
What? I don't know if this person is the same person. Maybe. No. I don't know. This person may have disappeared. Maybe got married. Maybe, but the name associated with the person, different last name, doesn't really look like her. Looks too young.
attempting to pass some of them before they hit their August recess, which yesterday was their final day of the session.
So we've been hearing a lot about tax cuts, and there are different proposals out there, a Republican proposal, and then the Democrats want less tax cuts.
Exactly.
Tell us what's going on there.
Well, both chambers, the House and the Senate, passed nearly an $800 billion tax cut on Thursday. The president has said that he wants a $250 billion tax cut and has said that he will definitely veto the tax cut that was passed this week. It includes breaks that primarily focus on upper income level Americans, although it cuts income taxes by 1 percentage point across the board over the course of the next 10 years or so.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to a story in the Washington Times on that.
Yeah, so this is Bill Clinton working with the Republicans to get tax cuts. And Bill Clinton had a budget surplus for like the final 4 years of his administration. I don't remember. Let's see. How many years did Clinton have a surplus? Bill Clinton had a federal budget surplus for 4 fiscal years, 1998 through 2001. Yep. Look at that. Last president to have one. Here's her LinkedIn. I can't bring that up in my preview, but it's probably might be the person I was looking at. What does it say she's up to now?
Very topic. It says, I'll read from the lead here. President Clinton declared yesterday in his strongest language to date that a Republican-drafted tax plan that cuts $792 billion over the next 10 years, quote, will not become law, end quote. How do you foresee this standoff ending?
Well, most people say that there will probably be some sort of compromise hovering around $500 billion. It basically depends on what they're able to broker between the president and the Congress. They feel that the tax cuts are too centered toward high-income level Americans, and Democrats would like to see it divvied out more across the board.
The Washington.
Yeah, these are simpler times. We're just fighting over tax cuts here. Seems like an HR exec. Yeah, I guess that's the person I saw, but I don't know. Yeah, I'll take it then. Looks like she went corporate.
Washington Post has an analysis of the situation on its front page, and John Harris and Julia Alperin write, a combative Republican majority in Congress says it will force President Clinton to accept its budget priorities, whether he likes it or not.
Dude, the 90s were the best because nobody had smartphones. You had a little cell phone that you could call people. I couldn't even text people on my cell phone. First couple of cell phones. I had a pager when I was in like the early 90s, but you would actually like interact with people instead of just staring at your phone all day long.
Publicly, a rueful Clinton says he would like nothing better than a bipartisan compromise if only the GOP would be a bit more reasonable.
Yep, no social media either. I was playing EverQuest back in 1999.
Privately, his White House aides gleefully
on my DSL line that I had
gird for partisan combat. Washington has seen this movie before. The mystery is why Republicans would ever want to reel it up again. So this is a real battle between the two parties here. And do we know who's going to blink first, or is compromise inevitable?
Well, what's interesting, and actually what they point out in that story, is that Majority Whip Tom DeLay has said that this year is different.
Tom DeLay.
I literally was playing EverQuest in 1999 half-elf enchanter.
Oh, snap. I played an enchanter, too. Cambo Crane Styles. I remember the name. I sold him for like $500 to my boss at work who had no idea how to play him, and I taught him, and I'm sure he ruined him. I played for like a couple years. Enchanters were the best. Very much in demand. Too addicting, though, man. Had to quit.
Why, we're not sure yet, but they're saying that this is not the year that Clinton is going to win out on these budget battles, whereas in past years he has. It is significant, however, that with there only being 5 seats between the Democrats and Republicans in Congress, they're trying to make budgets this year into wedge issues for the campaign in 2000, and what you're seeing is more politics than legislating.
I sold a flowing black silk sash for $250. Hell yeah. Was that in Lower Guck? Wasn't that the name of like one of the later dungeons where you get good loots? EverQuest, the original EverQuest was so fun because if you died, you'd have to go get your body to get your gear. And it was like, you would die in like the bottom of a dungeon, and it would be like a 4-hour trek with people helping you. It was like the hardest thing in the world to go get your body because of course your group got wiped out and it was so far you had to walk there. You couldn't like fly like in World of Warcraft or something. That game was epic, man. OG EverQuest, yep. You youngins missed out, man. I'm sure they have like classic now, but it was crazy. You'd like 4 hours to go get your body. Oh my God. Nightmare.
We want to hear from you this morning. Let's go to our first phone call. In Dayton, Ohio, someone reading the Dayton Daily News. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. What are you reading?
Good morning. I have to call Stacey Zolt's attention to a huge error of omission that the Republicans are excluding to such a careful extent that it's almost as if they're doing it deliberately to kind of hoax us. What I'm referring to is the $792 billion that they want to spend over 10 years. They haven't added in the doubling and tripling effect of not having that money coming in, and we have to borrow it in order to give this much-needed tax gift away. Now, that will add up to about $2 trillion, depending on the vagaries of the interest rate over 10 years. And all of us are remembering we're not going to be able to pay off $5 trillion in debt plus another $792 billion in 10 years.
Can you imagine if we only had $5 trillion? We have like, what, 40 trillion now?
Years, so therefore we're going to have to constantly reissue money every 20 or 30 years. When we cannot pay off the principal, we got to continue paying the interest, which means that we're running up way more than a $2 trillion debt.
Thanks, caller. Stacey, any comment?
Well, the caller makes a good point, and actually the president has said something along those lines as well, that Republicans in Congress aren't using the correct arithmetic, he says. He says that they need to sit down and figure out how to add up these numbers in a way that makes sense. So the comments that she's making are ones that have certainly been made before.
The New York Times has a story today in which they say this tax cut, if adopted, would be the largest since 1981. Let's go to our second call of the day. Kings Mountain, North Carolina. Good morning.
Are you there, C-SPAN?
Yes. Do you have a comment?
Yes. I really appreciate C-SPAN, and I really appreciate Brian Lamb, and God bless y'all. It's really a privilege to listen to y'all. And
thanks for calling in.
I wanted to make a comment if I could. One thing gets me about the American political process, and I'm a patriot. I served my country in the Army, and of course that's nothing special. A lot of people have. But one thing gets me about the Republicans and Democrats. I was watching Ross Perot here a couple weeks ago, and it's just all these, you know, the payoffs, the lobbyists, the special interest, and this imbalance on this trade that we've got going with China and these other people. I mean, it's just, you know, the American people ain't stupid, you know, and they look at the debt, and they look at the lobbyists, you know, and the special deals and the payoffs and the public debt, and you know, these people work for us. You know, it's like they go up there and they go to cash in.
Thank you, caller. Appreciate the comment. Stacey, any comment?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think I hear that very often, that people really feel that members of Congress are living the good life. Roll Call actually has done quite a few stories, and we do them every year, on the amount of personal wealth that members have. And I think that what we find is that many members actually leave Congress in incredible amounts of debt, and that the amount of free riding that the public thinks that members do tends to be a little bit overblown. There are many members who have extreme amounts of wealth, but it's usually from their life pre-Congress, their business dealings or family money. But there are quite a few members who leave Congress really in a lot of debt.
Have the lobbyists been busy this week with the appropriations process going on?
They've been extremely busy, and actually that was one thing that
Can you imagine? Like, I just Googled what's the average net worth of a member of Congress, and it says, this is per Wikipedia, median net worth, median better than average, median net worth of a member of U.S. Congress estimated to be over $1 million, with average estimates for individual members in the House and Senate ranging upwards of $1 to $8 million, depending on calculation methods. I mean, they do make $174,000 a year as base salary. So if you can manage to save some of that, and if you have dual income, then you're probably doing pretty well, you know. The problem is they have to have two of everything, in that they have to have a residence in D.C. and in whatever state they're from. Though I saw in the John Stewart interview, he said he lives in a 300 square foot apartment in DC or something like that.
I saw in a story I was working on the DC appropriations bill, Senator Tom Daschle, the minority leader, had put an amendment into the Senate bill that was actually written by Bell Atlantic to erect 2 cellular phone towers in the Rock Creek Park, which is in the Washington area, that stems down from Maryland all the way down to Virginia and through the D.C. area. According to even Mayor Williams' staffers, this is a fully lobbyist-written bill. However, it managed to get enough support in the Senate and in the House to make it into the conference report this week.
We just showed a copy of that, and that's from the edition of Roll Call that's coming out on Monday.
All right, we'll do one more phone call here, and then we'll go to modern day C-SPAN.
Here. Let's go to our next caller, Clemson.
Wow, look at that. Hill to retire from House after 2 terms. Pataki. Wow. George Pataki. Haven't heard that name in years. House leaders on the road.
In South Carolina, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good, thanks.
Good. I'm reading the Greenville News, and the headline, Clinton vows again to kill tax cut. And one line in here is that he calls the bill dangerously big, sure to create economic havoc if it becomes law. I hope you guys would do more what you did yesterday, going through the bill, showing what's in the bill, bullet by bullet, so that people really can see what's in this bill. I don't think most people really know what's in the bill. I'm for the tax cut. I'm also for paying off the deficit, but I don't believe that Washington will pay down the deficit. If they have the money, they're more likely to spend it. Thanks.
Stacey, how common is it for members of Congress actually to read these appropriations bills and go through line by line? Do you have any sense?
Well, I think that there are a lot of members who know exactly what's in there. However, it's certainly not rare for a member to pass a bill and then suddenly realize that there's been some provision put in it that was specifically put in by Senator so-and-so's request that would give something that is specific to his or her district.
Do you intend over these bills have been passed and we're waiting for President Clinton's action? Are you going to be paying a lot more attention and going through them in the weeks ahead? Will we be learning a lot more about things that are in here that were perhaps put in at the last minute?
I think you will find that, especially now that Congress is on recess. Us reporters that cover Congress have a lot more time on our hands now, and we'll be looking through these bills to figure out exactly what's in there so that the American people know what is in store for them.
God, imagine if we're just fighting over tax cuts like this, and the callers are all informed, because back then people had to read newspapers. Maybe they go on a website and read the news, but it wasn't, there was no social media. There were no influencers. You had to read articles and watch the evening news. So people were pretty informed if they were engaging in politics. Callers were informed, not drunk. Yeah, it's not just like C-SPAN is CNN and you guys are liars about everything because Trump said so. You can tell everyone was reading. Yeah, can you imagine if people were forced to read nowadays to engage in politics? Wow. Be incredible. What a disaster. Like, I always talk about the 90s, how incredible they were. This is before 9/11. And yes, there were problems, but it was just such a simpler time, man. You didn't have a smartphone that you just, loneliness wasn't like it is now. It's crazy. 99 was still newspapers. I miss newspapers. Miss newspapers. MTV was the culture. Yeah. I don't know. In some ways, things are good in that you can meet all these people. Like, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing now in 1999. But I also, would have to leave my house to go to like a bar to socialize and meet people and get out there and have fun. Can't just chill in my house and stream a movie on my TV while I use Chat GPT to research some topic I'm interested in and listen to a YouTube video on my phone. You know, it's like you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to do anything. You can take an edible and sit in your living room instead of going to a bar and having a drink and bumping into some random person. Today, though, you can get a 70-inch TV at your local Walmart for $400. Hell yeah. You were too busy retrieving your corpse. Yep. Even that was social. Like, I guess any game you played online was going to have people. We're going from Stacy to Greta. Yep. I'd go out more if I could afford it. Damn. I miss the smell of fresh paper. Yeah, you get the ink on your hands. I miss like folding the paper. You know, article continues on A22. You know, I had to go to the back of the newspaper. Reading the comics as a little kid. My parents would just no interest in that. And I'd be like, hell yeah, 6 pages of comics. Let's go. Too busy at Woodstock. Hell yeah. You couldn't even solo in EverQuest past like level 25. Yeah, you couldn't do anything on your own. All right. Let's see what our fellow Americans are up to today.
It wasn't an open bid. So that's my gripe.
All right. So
that's
Elaine,
where
as
I'm
an independent, how do you plan to vote in November? Which party?
Ooh.
I voted for Bush when he was here. Then I switched to Obama. I would have voted, believe it, for Romney if he ran. I'm just one of those, straightforward kind of people. I go vote for the policy, not the person. I think even in Texas with Tallarico, that has the edge. They're really trying ways besides, obviously, what they tried with gerrymandering. They're trying other ways to keep him out. Right now, there's a large county called Tarrant County right next to me. They grew substantially the population since the last election, and now they're trying to shut down half of the polling places. They're trying to go from 310 down to 161.
You mean the Republicans? Maybe you should vote for Democrats then.
So there's still shenanigans going on.
So are you
I'm
a Tallarico? You're going to back Tallarico?
Good. We got a Tallafrico here.
With Paxton, absolutely not. He's just a crook. I have to deal with ethics. No.
Okay. Elaine there in Texas, an independent voter. That is another battleground state for control of the Senate. James Tallarico, the Democrat there, versus Republican Ken Paxton. And we've been covering them on
Tallafrico. Skip ahead here. I think there's a way to win the Senate even without Michigan. I'm going to keep talking about that. I mean, can you imagine we lose Michigan? I don't think we will. I think it's Abdul El-Sayed's race to lose, and he could easily do a few things and have that race in the bag. He should not. El-Sayed should not lose in this political environment with Trump doing so poorly. It's possible that he does if he makes some mistakes, but so far so good. Obviously, I would be advising him to do some other things, but it is what it is. But we'll see what happens. But we could still win. We'd have to flip 5 seats from the Republicans. But
and all the girlies say he's pretty fly for a C-SPAN guy.
Hell yeah. I love that I got a Rolling Stone interview and it talks about how I do this now. That's so cool, man. But the 2 lowest hanging fruit are Maine and North Carolina, and I think we got those in the bag. Troy Jackson looking just fine. Roy Cooper, he's been solid from the very beginning. That's 2, and then I think you go maybe Alaska, Iowa, Ohio. I think Ohio is probably the most likely after that. So Ohio would be 3, and then I think you gotta get Alaska or Iowa. And then we're talking maybe Texas as another one. So, and then there's some real wild cards out there like Nebraska, where Dan Osborne is running as an independent, and he came within less than 7% of his Republican challenger in 2024, and he's running again, and the Democrat dropped out to clear the field. So that's looking okay. That might be good. South Carolina might even be up for grabs. Florida, I don't know. People talking about all sorts of races right now because of how bad things are going for Trump and the Republicans. So do not despair, even if you think Michigan is lost, which I would argue with anybody over that and make the case that we are still in the lead on that. But it's still possible to win the Senate even without Michigan. But I've never thought we're going to win the Senate. I've always thought that's a bit of a stretch, and it's a nasty map, and I'm not as confident as some of you guys. But if we can get the Republicans down to 51 or 50 seats, then that's going to become a nightmare for them. They don't do well with very small margins, and right now they have 53. And if they had to have only had 50, if it was split 50-50, I think that'd be a big disaster for them. Obviously, they'd still be able to confirm Supreme Court justices and judges and Trump's cabinet, but it'll get a lot harder for them because they still have some detractors. Like Murkowski's not going anywhere. John Curtis, who replaced Mitt Romney, he's kind of a stick in the mud, and I think a couple other people aren't really going along with Trump's agenda. So,
speaking of newspapers, The Onion actually started doing monthly physical releases.
Oh,
Literally
really?
actual newspaper, paper and ink and everything. Comes in a nice envelope and it smells great. It's also funny, obviously. Highly recommend.
That's funny. Thank you, Kobe. Appreciate the 500 bits. Yeah, there's something about holding something in your hand, you know? Like, I like reading books on my Kindle. I could read them on my phone or my computer if I wanted, but Kindle is much nicer. I don't like reading books, physical books, because I like that I can increase the size of the font and I have a little backlight and I can, I don't have to sit up in bed to read it. I can hold it. Can't really do that with a book. A book's kind of heavy with 300 pages. The Onion InfoWars videos are very funny. That's cool.
Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee yesterday.
Which I have an Oasis from a couple years ago.
Ahead of that vote to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt. By the way, it was reported.
Let's skip ahead here.
Wants to take this directly to the Justice Department. The New York Times, they're reporting this morning on proves with votes and appear on the Washington Journal. As a reminder, Dr.
Man, a lot of fill here. Get to the content, man. We want to hear from the people, Greta.
To see Dr. over the very matter I'm claiming is criminal. Tom, in Dayton, Ohio, Democratic caller, top news of the day for you. Go ahead.
We really need to pass this Stick It to America Act. This
Stick It to America Act?
So many women who have changed their names that are voting, and non-European men are voting. And if we could make these new IDs really hard to get, we can even control more of the people that are allowed to vote.
Old man trolling. That's funny. Usually it's a younger person, but old man calling in to troll.
All right. Steve, Anaheim, California, Republican.
Oh, Greta, having a good day, I hope. All right, my top story of the day is that the Colorado River is getting so low that it's threatening electricity going to the western states. I hope we get some rain from this El Nino storm this year. Otherwise, they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, Steve, that is on the front pages of one of the newspapers this morning. Water restrictions are coming your way.
Yeah, yes, they are. I'm telling you.
Okay.
But, I got on the paper, thank God. All right. Well, you have a wonderful day.
All right. Thank you, Steve. More of your calls coming up here in just a minute. But first, we're joined by Max Cohen, who's the congressional reporter.
You have a wonderful day, Greta. This guy. Skip him.
I was in the hospital.
We'll go to the top of the hour here.
Give me two, your top two.
Language. We got a guy that.
See just how much they accomplish before leaving town. Top news of the day this morning, Ruth in Indiana, an independent. What do you say, Ruth?
Well, I'm just rather ashamed to call myself an American with all that's going on, bombing Iran, 80,000 people in Gaza dead, a Congress that can't do their jobs, so worried about their own fortunes and power and so forth. Taking a man to task, Fauci, 85 years old, who's responsible for saving millions of people with an HIV/AIDS vaccine, who helped us get through COVID, a pandemic we hadn't had for 100 years. I don't get these guys at all. We have a president who's totally morally bankrupt, and yet some people seem to think he's wonderful. All these problems we have in this country that need to be solved. I'm 90 years old. I've never seen the vindictiveness, the bulliness, the gutter language. We got a guy that's elected in Michigan and has a different name. My gosh, the way the Republicans are going after him. What is the matter with this country?
And Ruth, let me ask you, what are the problems in the United States that need to be solved? Give me two, your top two.
Well, housing, for one thing. I know people just can't buy a house. They can't afford it. When we bought our house in 81, we paid $57,000. It's now worth $250,000 to $300,000. If we lived on the East Coast, it'd be worth $500,000. That's ridiculous.
Okay. And number two,
Well, and more importantly, that was like 3 times your income, as opposed to like 5 times your income that you have to pay for a house now.
See next
issue. Food and gas. Medical care. I had hip surgery. I was in the hospital for 30 hours. It cost $106,000. Thank God for Medicare. But what's the matter with these people that go to Congress?
Okay. Ruth in Indiana laying it out there. It's the U.S. economy for her. By the way, we're going to get jobs numbers later this morning, 8:30 latest then. Let's go to John in Virginia, Democratic caller.
Can you hear me?
We got you, John. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking my call. I just want to ask C-SPAN, first of all, to change the name of Republican, because there is no Republican anymore. You have to put MAGA number, because the president already, with that interview, told you he's not talking about, he's not helping any Republican, because he's not a Republican. He has his own groups that he works with. But the reason that I call, it's not because of the president already told us last couple of days ago that the economy is doing well. If I just came back from Ohio, and I can tell you one thing. My eyes was crying how the people, homeless people in that state, and how the people are struggling everywhere. And let me say this to also. You asked that last caller, give me 3. I give you 4. Gas, housing, jobs, unemployment, healthcare. We are struggling. Americans are struggling everywhere. And you see, these senators are talking about Fauci, that's what he did. If you want to be fair, Dr. Fauci was not the president of the United States. You bring Donald Trump and Dr. Fauci, sit them together, see what happened. How do we get that point? Okay. I think we have to be fair.
All right.
Also, Trump kept Dr. Fauci as the lead on COVID. So how does he escape responsibility for that? It's like the buck stops with Fauci.
All right, John. Richard in Little Elm, Texas, Republican. What is your top story?
Voter ID. There's no control over the ballots.
Yes.
And if everybody remembers the last time Michael Bloomberg was seen on TV, he said, you'll go to bed and Trump will be ahead. And when you go to sleep, Biden's going to win. And that just tells me right there, when all the vote counting stopped, that they were printing ballots and hauling them in, and they were making sure that the guy won. Thank you.
Wow, you got it all figured out, man. Well, Mike Bloomberg just stating facts, bro. Don't worry. Go to sleep, everybody. We got this. I remember Bob Bauer, Biden's lead attorney during the election, telling people, we got this, man. We just got to count the ballots. So I'm sure there were plenty of people saying that. But these guys completely misinformed on the process.
D in New York, independent.
Yeah, why didn't we rig it in 2024, man? I can't believe we missed that opportunity. That's my favorite pushback on the 2020 was rigged. Like, well, why did we rig it? Why didn't we do it in 2024? And they'll tell you, too big. Well, then there should be some evidence, right? Something. You should be able to point to anything. But Trump has never produced any evidence or even a hint of a rumor of fraud in 2024. That one went off without a hitch. And that was with Biden in control of everything, too. It's crazy how Trump being president, we were able to pull a fast one on him. Also, notice how nobody's talking about Trump's bullshit from like 3 weeks ago about China trying to interfere. That story died within minutes.
Yes, good morning, Greta.
Hi, Dee.
And good morning, America. Greta, I want to state one thing. Do a lot of people in America and around the world, do they know what happened in Iran in 1952? In Iran in 1952, a legitimate government was organized and formed, and America went into Iran and staged a coup and dislocated that government and took that government out of power and put in a puppet regime that was sponsored by the American government. And as a result, this conflict has been going on for more than 50 years. And people think this just started because Iran is making different problems and causing problems around the world, around there. No, it started because of what America did in 1952. And up to now, a lot of American people have not realized that. And the second thing I want to talk about is uranium. Uranium is used to build nuclear material. Without uranium, you cannot have nuclear material. I am going to lobby the African nations on the next coming OEU conference to cut off selling of uranium to Western countries and America. Africa has the largest deposit of uranium in the world, and if she was to cut off uranium sales to America and the Western world, they will be starved because you need uranium to make plutonium, and without that, you cannot have nuclear material.
All right, D there in New York with his thoughts on Iran. President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday asked about reports about a munitions shortage. Here's what he had to say.
Skipping big shot here.
Say always Iran.
The Iran war. Houthis escalate deadly attacks on Saudi-backed troops as Senator Ted Cruz says that's the latest war. We'll go back to calls here this morning and get your top news story of the day. Paulette in Easton, Massachusetts, a Democrat.
Yes, hi. The reason I'm calling is because I'm really upset with Rand Paul for the fact that he wants to bypass the Senate and go directly to the Attorney General. Well, what's going to happen? I mean, seriously. And the other thing I really agree with Senator Peters from Michigan that this is embarrassing for Dr. Fauci and they're not giving him credit for everything that he's done. He's almost cured AIDS. I mean, the Ebola, all the stuff that he did. I mean, come on. Okay, I'm just really sorry. And plus, on top of all this, I was listening to the gentleman from I'm not sure where he said the price of housing and food and also the price of cars. I mean, price of cars are crazy. So that's my point. Okay, thank you for listening.
You bet, Paulette. Stephen, Illinois, Independent. Hi, Stephen.
Good morning.
Morning.
My comment has to do with the Fauci hearings. Ron Johnson is a senator from Wisconsin. He was on the panel he was running his mouth, how he hated Fauci and all of that. Back in about 2021 or 2022, when the vaccines first came out, Senator Johnson said that he was investigating the fact that the COVID vaccine shots contained transmitters, and the transmitters were going to be injected into people, and the government was going to use the transmitters to check on people and keep track of them. That is how crazy he is. Okay. Not only is he crazy, the people of Wisconsin reelected him.
Okay.
Remember,
Stephen, we're going to talk to later on in the program to Dr. Robert Redfield. He's the former Centers for Disease Control and Prevention director during the Trump administration.
Hey, man, you don't know. That guy can't say for sure if that happened or not.
In the Washington Journal at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. George in Buffalo, New York, Republican. Hi, George.
Hi. Thank you very much for taking my call. Appreciate it. My top story is the border, our border. It's not a topic that a lot of people have been talking about because Trump pretty much fixed it, closed it within the first 2 months that he was in office, despite the past President Biden and the Democrats saying it wasn't something that could be done. He proved everybody on that side wrong. And I think that's a big reason why he was elected, because the American people were sharp enough to see that what was going on with our border was not something that could keep going on. So he successfully closed it.
And George, do you agree with what he did yesterday, signing an executive order to ban birth tourism?
For the most part, I do. I do believe that that's a system that I think that is kind of flawed. I think you have to have strict guidelines as far as who's an American citizen and who's not. If you don't, people will take advantage of it. And there's no question they show you proof of countries that monopolize or try to take advantage of that. And I think the people who get hurt are the American people.
Okay.
And
George, I want to show our viewers in case.
Wow. George concerned about the real problems. That birth tourism, man. That's why my groceries are unaffordable. That's why housing, people are buying houses at 40 years old for the first time now, if they can even afford it.
PD Chief of Staff there on ending birthright tourism. We'll go to Elaine in St. Louis, Missouri, Democratic caller. What's your top news story of the day?
Oh, thank you so much for taking my call, and thank you, C-SPAN, for surviving all the cuts.
All the cuts? What do you mean by all the cuts?
Well, the cuts in funding. I'm so glad that.
Elaine, we're not funded by the government.
Oh, good, right?
Nope.
Well, I must be thinking of
PBS.
The other, yeah. I'm in St. Louis, and I think our top issues are our children are murdering people in their homes, in their cars, and on our streets. And then in Missouri, they are being tried as adults. And I'm very concerned about the deterioration of honorable behavior and language by our senators. Rand Paul's behavior, and C-SPAN, thank you for the wonderful coverage, was just, it made me cry. I mean, I have never seen, I look up, I'm 76 years old, and I have always thought that being a legislator was an honorable position. But now these senators, their language was just disgusting. And Rand Paul's zeal to disparage Dr. Fauci was just horrific.
All right, Elaine, I'm going to leave it there. If you missed top news story of
just horrific. That's the end of their calls. I want to see this clip from Caitlin Collins' show. I asked Rep. Ilhan Omar about Bernie Sanders telling John Favreau that no serious person that I know who's running for office believes in defunding the police.
To what he told Pod Save America.
No serious person that I know who is running for office believes in, quote unquote, defunding the police. Do we need police reform? Do we need to get rid of racism within police departments? Absolutely. Are there jobs that other people can be doing in terms of mental health, drug addiction that now falls on a cop's shoulders? Yeah, I think we should look at that. But nobody I know, believes in defunding the police.
Bernie on a tear. Same interview, he said he wasn't going to endorse Francesca Hong, even though she's one of a couple faces representing his entire democratic socialism movement. That to me is just insane. Think about that. How can you not get behind her? What's wrong with her? I don't think she's even that bad, honestly. I understand people laughing at her cringe takes about Thanksgiving and, whatever. But she has rejected the national platform of DSA, though she had some dumb excuse that she's a member of her local chapter, but her local chapter in Madison, Wisconsin believes in the same dumb things too. And she's kind of kooky, but how could you just let someone who's representing democratic socialism or socialism flail and just flounder? I mean, help her out, Bernie. What are you doing?
Do you think that's true? Because there are some candidates that are running right now that have previously called for defunding the police.
I mean, in the Democratic Party and in Congress, we oftentimes talk about people voting their district. Obviously, there are some parts of the United States back in 2020 that had some reckoning to do in regards to what it looked like to have a public safety that centered actually safer communities. For us in Minneapolis, with the murder of George Floyd, we had to have a deeper conversation about what really it looked like for us to address public safety here. We had a police department that was essentially problematic. And when that conversation becomes nationalized, then you sort of get the kind of messaging that gets sort of lost in the void. Minneapolis has come a long way. We still have a long way to go. And I think that is sort of what Bernie was speaking to. People essentially do want safer communities. People want the issues that exist with certain police departments, like the Minneapolis Police Department, to be addressed. And people want to have trust in those that seek to serve and protect them.
But do you think it's accurate that as he put it, he said, no serious person I know who's running for office believes in, quote unquote, defunding the police? Do you think that's true?
I mean, when he says that, I think he's talking about someone putting forth a piece of legislation. And to that regard, I would say that he is right. I haven't seen any pieces of legislation or ordinances come through in the United States since 2020.
I'm shaking my head because this is exactly what's going to happen 5 years from now with Abolish ICE. Same stupid shit. Exact same thing's going to happen with Abolish ICE. People will have no context. They don't want to hear the nuance. They don't give a shit. They're going to say, these crazies supported allowing child rapists from other countries to be free in America because they didn't want ICE. I wanted free everything. Hell yeah. Defund the police. But the problem is that is part of DSA's platform, even though we understand what they mean by that. And I don't think DSA truly means to get rid of the police, though maybe they seem to have a lot of Fantasyland goals, which that's great. I want to live in America where there's zero murders, but the technology doesn't exist to stop people from murdering. The science isn't there to cure people of violent rages. Maybe one day we'll be able to cure violence through science as we become cyborgs who can be programmed and such. But why put these stupid goals out there that are just fantasy nonsense? Abolish prisons, right? Like, it's just so idiotic, man. We really need to push back on this stuff instead of trying to justify it through explanation. It's just stupid. This is why I pushed back so hard on abolish ICE. I know I am in the minority on that. A lot of you guys like it. I even see politicians saying it, and it's like, but ICE has to go. It's so toxic. It's so radioactive. Trump ruined it, and we should get rid of it. Okay, but not with that slogan. Nobody. It's gonna ruin Democrats a couple years from now, probably in 2028. They're gonna bring it up, be like, you supported getting rid of the federal authorities who removed violent criminals from America. What's up with that? You're like, well, actually, what I meant was return the functions of ICE to the DOJ and the departments that had it before then. And did you know DHS and ICE didn't exist before this date? And so we don't need to have that. Okay. Good one. It's stupid. Normies hear it as we shouldn't enforce immigration law. Hey, can you type on one sentence, champ? Following since 31.
Thoughts on abolishing private prison?
You're useless. Get out of here. Typing fucking 3 words on a sentence. Abolishing private prisons. I don't think you can go there either. I think you have to talk about how to replace the function that private prisons serve. Because I think if you say abolish anything, people will assume that you're for allowing whatever it's stopping right now. And yes, I think private prisons are crazy because if a prison's empty, they're not making any money. So that to me is a problem. There are definitely plenty of businesses that the government should be the only one running things because the profit motive is crazy, like health insurance, for example, or private prisons. But I don't think any slogan of abolish blank is smart. Maybe like abolish MAGA. That one I can get behind. Private prisons are terrible. Sure, but I don't like just saying get rid of something without talking about what to replace it with. You can maybe you can say abolish private ownership of prisons, maybe something like that. But if you just say abolish private prisons, people think that you want to get rid of prisons. We can't mess around. Like people are so dumb that you gotta, and the Republicans are such scumbags that you have to, you can't leave any room for interpretation or it'll be taken advantage of. Just my opinion. Like, look at this. There's no reason to have this conversation on CNN about defund the police, right? Like it made total sense back in 2020 when everybody was talking about George Floyd and the police shootings and harassment that were happening, but nobody's talking about that now. So it's like, well, what the fuck? What do you mean get rid of the police? It's like, well, you see, when that was popular, when this was happening. I don't understand why leftists came up with defund the police when they don't even defend it. Well, she did. She explained it. She didn't. She did defend it by explaining it. But when you're explaining, you're losing. For-profit prisons would be a better term. Yeah, true. I think that's smart. Yeah, abolish for-profit prisons. Prison should not be for profit. I think that's fair. Like it's insane to make money off imprisoning people. We should leave that to the government. But is what it is, man. Democrats are terrible at creating slogans. Well, we just need to push back on some things. We need to push back on some things. That's all. Well, next Tuesday, we got big election night with the Wisconsin governor's primary and the special election for replacing Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. And that's kind of a bit of a fist fight with the Republicans. So that's interesting. I'm also, as of now, scheduled to talk to somebody who's on the front line of the midterms, who's not getting a lot of attention. So hopefully that comes through. I'm excited about that. Should be cool. And it's somebody that I want to talk about candidate quality with, because I think they're a stellar candidate. And I believe there's one of them in every district in America. So my big question for this individual is, how do we get 50 of you all across America? Should be fun. But that's supposed to happen on Tuesday. Unfortunately, I have to keep this stuff secret because there's freaks out there who will try to spoil things. So is what it is. But that's all I got for tonight. I'm going to grab something to eat, go for a walk, and relax. Thank you guys all for hanging out. Yeller, thank you for the 132 memberships. You're crazy. Thank you guys for all the super chats, all the gift memberships, the subs, the gift subs, the subs on Kick. We got a little bit of everything today, man. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Big crowds hanging out. A lot of fun. What a wild week, man. And finally, the Michigan Senate primary is over. We don't have to fight over that anymore. Nice to see Haley Stevens and McMorrow do the right thing, which we never expected them not to, and help unify the party. Now it's up to El Sayed. I really hope he drops Hassan soon. I think that's going to be a weight on his campaign that's just unnecessary. It doesn't add any value. Obviously, personally, it would bring me great joy to see him throw him under the bus. But I think even if I didn't know anything about Hassan as just an outsider, I would be, my hands would be up in the air saying, what are we doing here? Why are we keeping this guy? He's being featured in every ad saying crazy stuff, man. And you're trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history, and you're palling around with a guy who said America deserved 9/11. That's not worth holding on to. I don't see what we're keeping this guy around for, and he's only going to continue to be a liability. So let's hope he does the right thing. It is what it is. I'm not running his campaign, so I don't know. And Hassan should be offering himself as tribute, man. He should be getting behind the bus and lying down and saying, ready when you are, Abdul, back it up. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for your positivity and continuing to be optimistic about the future. We are 88 days away from the midterms. Oh my God, it can't get here soon enough, man. I'm telling you. I think you're going to see a new face to the Democratic Party. We finally can shake that stink of the Biden campaign off and move forward. I'm excited. All right, guys, have a wonderful night. I'll see you on Sunday. We'll go over the Sunday shows. El Sayed's going to be on Meet the Press, so that's cool. All right. Bye-bye.